a targeted cancer therapy for its priority fast track program. It means reviews could take 1 to 2 months instead of the usual 10 to 12. Both drugs could be multi-billion-dollar annual revenue generators for Merck. For 91 years, broadcasters have been required to operate in the public interest, convenience, and necessity in exchange for the free use of public airwaves. Today, shareholders of broadcasting companies have something new to think about following a social media post from President Trump saying TV networks such as ABC and NBC using public airways should, in his words, pay significant amounts of money for using this very valuable public space. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? Riverwinds Restaurant in West Deptford has you covered. From weddings and anniversaries to corporate banquets and holiday parties, their stunning riverfront views, elegant event rooms, and award-winning cuisine make every occasion unforgettable. And the team at Riverwinds takes care of every detail so you can relax and celebrate. Large or small, formal or casual, there's no better backdrop than Riverwinds. Book your banquet today at 856-579-7900.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda Wonderland of your own with a great offer on a fun-to-drive new Accord, Civic, CR-V, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 2026 CR-V, a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic, or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Give your holiday stuffing a delicious upgrade with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Ground and packaged for easy use. Just open, cook, and mix into your favorite stuffing. Then bake up bite-sized stuffin' muffins that are packed with savory flavor. Perfect for passing around the table or sneaking before the big meal. Your holiday inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield. Better care, better pork, better holidays.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, December 18th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube, 855-839-1210. That's how you jump aboard on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Thursday morning. That means Jimmy Fallon from Fox News coming up to participate in the cut sheet at 8:30 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I hope that we're getting these 1776 bonuses from Greg Stocker and
yes,
Santa.
Yes, because we are his soldiers.
You know.
We're part of his brigade.
That's right.
Troops, heroes,
Greg's brigade,
veterans, mentors to people in, the radio world. We're iconic in that industry, right, Dawn? Exactly right. Hopefully we get that 1776. I'll take mine in a lump sum. Hello, Gregory.
You'll get nothing and like it. How about that? How about another year of employment for both of you? There you go.
I'll take a few if you don't mind.
A woman is suing the IRS to get pets classified as dependents and eligible for tax deductions.
Yeah. All right. Argument to be made.
Attorney Amanda Reynolds filed a lawsuit in the Eastern District of New York arguing that her pooch relies entirely on her for food, shelter, medical care, training, transportation, and more.
Send it to SCOTUS.
Reynolds argued that her dog Finnegan, an 8-year-old golden retriever, has no independent income, resides exclusively with her, and has annual expenses exceeding $5,000. All requirements for a legal human dependent under IRS rules.
I've been telling my dog to get a job for 6 years. He still hasn't followed through.
While the IRS defines pets as property, Reynolds says this does not reflect Finnegan's role in the household. For all intents and purposes, Finnegan is like my daughter and is definitely a dependent, the case reads, noting that while the subject may seem unusual, it is not frivolous or meritless.
And how old is the adult in this case? Do we know?
I do not know.
Okay.
Reynolds goes on to argue that not classifying all pets as dependents is an unfair burden to taxpayers, especially since the IRS says that some pets, namely service animals, can qualify for tax advantages. Claiming a dependent can result in tax-favored credits and deductions, according to Forbes. This includes child tax credit and credit for other dependents and earned income tax credit, the outlet reports.
You know, kids and pets, they're not required. They are optional, and they're also an expense. I'm starting to side with the plaintiff here.
There isn't, however, any language in the case, law, or statute that would allow pet owners to claim those tax breaks, Forbes reports.
Dawn, did you ever claim Buddy Boy back in the day?
Oh, yeah, I like this idea. I think this is a good idea.
Wow.
I think it's worth a shot.
You know.
What the hell?
This is a frivolous lawsuit, and it needs to be thrown out, and this woman needs to be locked up.
Judge Stalker has ruled.
Thank you.
Case dismissed.
This is an absurd story. I like it. I think it's a funny story. It's an interesting idea. But no, the judge should throw this right out.
What is the jurisdiction? What state, city do we have?
The Eastern District of New York.
Yeah.
So,
I would rule that cats ineligible, dogs eligible.
Phil, put up a poll question real quick at 6:04 here. We're getting started early. It's gonna be a good show today. 6:04. Let's get the starter.
Can you claim your pets?
Can you claim your pets
for tax purposes?
For tax purposes,
yes or no? I like it. I'm going to say it's going to end up slightly in favor of yes, is my gut feeling.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT to go vote. Should you be able to claim your pets for tax purposes?
All right. Let's do it. A lot to get to today on the show.
It's up there.
Trump.
I'm going to put no.
You're going no.
Uh-oh.
Put me in for a yes. Vote twice.
Vote
vote
yourself.
3 times.
You
Find some dead people to vote. Find people that vote in different states. I don't care. I want to rig this one. Yes.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Go vote.
Trump addresses the nation last night. The energy, the motive. Did anybody shoot him up with Biden stuff?
Holy crap. What was he on?
Maybe the longest run-on sentence in the history of broadcast television. He was shot out of a cannon last night. That's like me after the nap and 2 Red Bulls.
Oh, yeah, that was 2 Red Bulls and a triple espresso.
Yeah.
I think it was, it's a primetime address, trying to make sure that they get to see, what was it, the finale of Survivor?
Yeah, they had to move away from that. Oh, poor CBS.
So I'm guessing if this was Biden, it would be wall to wall on Fox. What was he on? And now that it's Trump, I'm guessing it's going to be wall to wall on MSNBC. What was he on? Right?
Probably.
That's the way our crappy media works.
I haven't seen him that energetic really since the campaign trail. Honestly, I mean, he's been pretty low key, not as a slight, not as a negative, but kind of like in a comfort zone, knowing he's back where he feels like he belongs. That was the first time I've seen him really juiced to the. But you know what? You have to be like that, right? It's like when I do the big take. I can't give the big take at half-ass speeds. I gotta have a little oomph.
No, you gotta.
Or else it's not the big take.
For all of us doing this, you have to. There has to be a cadence. There has to be a rhythm. Or it's. Or it's not pleasant to listen to or watch.
Right. No, you can't just come out like a bat out of hell for 4 straight hours and then crash and burn.
Like I do.
Like you do. Sometimes you do that by 6:06 and then you're shot until the cut sheet.
I really am.
There you go.
I want to see where the, I'm just curious where this, where we're at here. Can you claim your pets as tax, for tax purposes? Interesting.
All right.
Interesting where we're at. It's a lot more lopsided than I thought it would be. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. Go vote.
So, yes, talking about Trump year one, victories, what's still to come, where we've been, where we are, where we're going. So much for declaring war against Venezuela. Sorry, Tucker Carlson. Looks like you got that one wrong, buddy boy.
Are people still going to listen to him? He's been wrong for everything.
I knew he was wrong when Polymarket had it at 80% that it would not be war with Venezuela.
He's always wrong, and people still buy into his crap. It's unbelievable to me.
Well, unless he's being fed bad information from bad sources.
Stop.
I had somebody in Congress tip me off.
Doing it for clicks. Of course.
Also, the Washington Post gives us more details on Tyler Robinson and what led to, allegedly, the killing of Charlie Kirk by Tyler Robinson. And they've given us more details than the FBI. We'll get into that story this morning, a deep dive on that as well. Speaking of the FBI, Dan Bongino on his way out in less than 10 months with the FBI as the number 2 behind Kash Patel. I also have to go off and rip a former Odyssey sports radio host in Chicago who we talked about this story, not this guy specifically who no longer works with Odyssey, but remember the Cubs player Matt Shaw who missed a game late in September in the regular season because of the death of Charlie Kirk and his connection to Turning Point USA?
Of course.
Well, this blowhard is continuing to bang the drum and go after Matt Shaw, so I'm going to go after Dan Bernstein today on today's program. And then also, how about this? Let me make sure I got the tease right, okay?
Ooh, get the tease right.
2 tweets, 33 views, leads to 18 months in prison. What is that about? You will find up coming up in hour number 2.
Was it you?
No. Well, maybe prison for stalker. Maybe stalker puts me in like the Odyssey jail. Yeah. If he sees too much social media activity. But, you know.
I better see none from either of you for 2 weeks.
I'm actually thinking about going completely off the grid.
You absolutely should.
I might actually delete the app on my phone.
Good. That's a great idea.
When I sign off on Friday.
A great idea.
And you will see nothing from me.
It's a great idea.
And hear nothing from me.
Oh, that'd be great.
Until January 5th. Yeah. Or maybe longer. All right, let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live. It's Thursday, December the 18th. We got a wild roller coaster weather forecast, but 31 degrees right now. We are sponsored in Kayal Company News Live by Joseph Anthony. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Got a lot of news today locally. This is a big follow-up from 2023, that guy who shot and killed 5 people, wounded 3 others. This happened in Philadelphia in the King Sessing neighborhood 2 years ago, pleading guilty, facing decades behind bars. He's ID'd as 43-year-old Kim Brady Carricker, accused of killing a man inside a home, then shooting several people on the street. This happened near 56th Street and Chester Avenue. And then as part of this whole plea deal, this guy is sentenced to anywhere between a minimum of 37 and a half to 75 years in prison. So pleading guilty to those 12 charges. Among those killed, it was the summer of 2023. If you remember, a very violent summer in Philadelphia. This was July 3rd, and he killed 15-year-old Dejon Brown, 20-year-old Lysheed Merritt, 29-year-old Daimir Stanton, 31-year-old Joseph Wama Jr., and 59-year-old Ralph Morales. And so at the time, they found this guy with a rifle, 9mm handgun, bulletproof vest that held multiple magazines, as well as a police scanner.
I saw our buddy Mark Fusetti tweet about this case last night. He said, only in Philadelphia can you get less than life without parole for killing 5 people.
Yeah.
Mass murder could be out in 37 years.
Yeah. This guy apologized to the court and to the victims' families, and he will be in his 80s when he's eligible for parole. That was something that the judge was pointing out in this case. So, but he'll be eligible for parole. That'll be when he's in his 80s.
Yeah.
So, just as you're right, though. I think most municipalities would have expected no chance for parole ever.
Right. What does it take? 6 people dead? 7? Yeah. I guess 5's not enough.
So we have 3 students, by the way, falling through the ice while they were walking on a frozen lake yesterday afternoon. They're hospitalized this morning. So this was Mount Holly Township Police Department unfolding in the afternoon, Woolman Lake in Mount Holly. So one boy was able to escape the frozen water. 2 girls he was with were submerged up to their chests, and the officers were able to guide the girls closer to the edge, threw them a rope. This is quite a dramatic rescue, and thank God we have them in the hospital, but they were able to use that rope and help the girls to get out of that partially frozen pond. So all 3 of those students checked by first responders, and they're hospitalized right now, but they're going to be okay. So Mount Holly Township Police just saying, hey, this is a reminder, everybody, avoid walking on these bodies of water. They may appear to be frozen, but the ice is not thick enough, and especially if you think about the roller coaster forecast.
With the temperatures, yeah.
You know,
yeah.
This is unpredictable, and you cannot walk on, especially on a lake, on a pond. Don't do it.
Ironic that you bring this up, because I just had this conversation with my daughters yesterday. Where we live off the golf course, I'm between 3 different holes, 2 of which have ponds and water, and they look frozen right now. And the ducks and some of the geese or whatever bird they might be are kind of just chilling on the ice. And my girls have wanted to go out and play in the snow the last couple of days. And I've been adamant. I've said, do not go near the 6th hole and the 8th hole where the ponds are. That's where Daddy's golf balls go. I can't have you falling in.
By the way, Michael Pelka says Nick won't be able to go silent on X. Too much sports betting starting Friday. The over-under is 6 hours. 6 hours is what Michael Pelka thinks you'll last.
You're right. It's a good point, Pelka.
Disgraceful. You're disgraceful.
Bad human.
You are.
I love this. We have a lot of other news as well. We had, by the way, state police pursuit through Center City, Philadelphia, ending with a crash and the arrest of a guy wanted on multiple warrants. So troopers tried to stop this black Chevy Impala near 33rd and Spring Garden Streets. And it was right around the midnight hour, saw the vehicle driving erratically. Troopers were trying to stop this Impala, and the guy takes off. They say the driver's now ID'd as Marcus Stewart, speeding down the Benjamin Franklin Parkway, then JFK Boulevard before exiting. So they stopped the pursuit. That's, the protocol nowadays. So the person taking off, he was still speeding away, even though they were not chasing him. So the chase did end 11th and Market. Stewart's vehicle became, basically undrivable because he hit a septibus and a parked car. And so in the end of this one, they got the suspect, but looks like a long rap sheet, 44 years old, history of arrests for theft, drug possession, previously served time in prison. So not his first rodeo. Remains in jail now, facing all kinds of charges, DUI, drug possession, other offenses related to the pursuit. And then I would imagine that a long rap sheet like that we don't know based on my first story. So
yeah.
we don't know.
I'm sure he'll figure it out eventually, become a good guy.
Yeah.
One day.
44, long rap sheet, but none of the officers were injured. Good. We did have we're talking a lot about crime and justice. Pennsylvania House of Representatives passing a bill that would allow more people in state prison with serious health issues to be granted compassionate release.
Oh, God.
So who do you think, when I first heard this, so the bill now heads to the Senate where I suspect it will die. This is Pennsylvania I'm talking about, but it passed the House 111 to 92. But in this one, Philadelphia Democrats, among other Democrats across Pennsylvania, believe that people in state prison with serious health issues should be granted this type of, compassion. So who do you think of? Because and think of where we just, were last Friday and all that. I just thought of Mumia.
I did too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maureen Faulkner.
Sure.
And
they're looking for any excuse to let that guy who should be worm food right now go. So sure, yeah.
But let me ask you guys this. So remove emotion and look at some of the facts here. Let's say you're on your deathbed and it's going to save taxpayer dollars to let on their deathbed. And I'm not talking about somebody that, might have like stage 1 cancer or something, but like literally dying there.
Nope.
You want to keep wasting our tax dollars on them?
1 billion%.
As opposed to letting them just go
let them die
to the private sector?
Let them die like the dogs they are behind bars. Amen to that.
Okay.
And I say that with all love and respect to dogs.
I'm not saying let out killers. I'm saying if you're, I know I'm getting really in the weeds here. Let's say you're in there for aggravated assault, grand theft auto, larceny, whatever.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. No compassion. I have no compassion.
You're staying on brand.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I take a call here?
Sure. What the hell? We're in the news. The big take still hasn't gotten here. Let's take a call. Gregory, who do you got?
Kevin. What's up, Kev?
My screener's not working. That's why.
Hey. Good morning, guys and gal. How you doing?
What's up?
Good, Kev.
Talking about pets.
Yeah.
My grandchildren bought me a dog. It was 2 months old. Somehow the leg got broke.
Oh God!
It cost me $9,200 to fix that dog.
Oh man!
Or $175 to put it down. And it was the best thing I ever did was pay the money. Can I claim that dog?
To fix the leg.
Yeah, can I claim that dog?
Do you think? So how would you vote? Should you be able to claim your pets for tax purposes?
He's saying yes.
100%, or I can go buy a good used car.
By the way, you should get like pet insurance. Pet insurance would have probably been cheaper for that. No,
that's
but he was it wasn't even 2 months old.
How the leg get broken? How the leg get broken?
Somebody was watching the dog. Somebody was watching the dog, and it said it jumped out of the bed.
Oh yeah. You have to be.
You know what I mean?
You have to be very careful. You have to be very careful.
Sounds like it's a very fishy line of. I don't know. I don't think Kevin, you're not sold. You're not sold on that, are you?
Nah, I'm not sold on that one.
What's the dog's name? What's the dog's name?
The name of the dog is Donald.
Donald.
He's a Frenchie.
Donald
J.
My grandchildren named them. They bought it for me for my birthday. I'll give you the whole story.
No, that's.
And I go there to their house to get it, and they named it. They said, because you like him, we named the dog for you, Donald Trump. And the dog even has a toupee. A blonde.
That's hysterical. Hysterical. Thanks for calling, Kevin.
Yeah, there he is.
He has to have a golden puppy bowl.
Yeah.
Like a little water bowl.
What does dog insurance cost?
Oh, it's cheap.
I've heard of it, but
it's like $30 a month or something like that. Yeah, but like they don't.
Probably worth it.
They don't cover. It doesn't cover like visits. You know, like
what does it cover?
Vet visits. It covers like big like what Kevin was going through. It covers stuff like that. So you don't have to pay $9,200 to re-put a dog's leg back in place.
Sounds like a money grab to me. I'll pass.
No, it's not a money
I'll
grab.
just make sure my dog doesn't get hit by a car. That's all.
Or fall off the bed.
Or fall out of a bed.
Since you talked about insurance, I'll just point out that Pennsylvania Republicans at the core of what's going on with breaking ranks, I guess, as they're saying, a stunning move. One of the headlines this morning, Speaker Mike Johnson, those 4 centrist Republicans signing on with the Democrats. And they're now going to force this House vote on extending for 3 years an enhanced pandemic era subsidy that would then keep the health insurance cost under the Obamacare, ACA, whatever you want to talk about it. So these are our guys, if you will. Ryan McKenzie, Brian Fitzpatrick from Bucks County, among them. But Pennsylvania in the news because they're Republicans. Brian Fitzpatrick, Robert Bresnahan, and Ryan McKenzie from Northampton County area, obviously.
McKenzie should be primaried immediately, and Fitzpatrick absolutely. No. Did you see what Fitzpatrick did? Did I send it to you guys?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to steal your thunder in the news, but
no.
I want to go off on that guy.
You know who he just got engaged to?
Who?
Fitzpatrick?
Yeah.
In the lavender fields of France. Jackie Heinrich.
Fox News. That's right.
Remember that?
Yes. You know what, Fitzpatrick? Stay in France and keep Jackie with you. More Ducey, less Heinrich. Did you guys see this? The Children's Innocent Act voted 216 to 211, which the bill makes it a felony to perform genital mutilation surgeries or provide puberty blockers and hormone therapy. 4 Republicans voted against it, including Brian Fitzpatrick in Pennsylvania. Okay. Loser.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Who was just introing J.D. Vance in Northampton County? It was Representative Congressman Ryan McKenzie.
Mm-hmm.
So these Republicans, what do we have coming up? The midterms.
Yeah.
They did this, and it's making huge headlines, and everybody's saying these are moderate Republicans, and they're siding with the Democrats and trying to make things affordable. This is going nowhere because it's going to get the kibosh once it gets to the Senate. And so to me, I'm looking at this. They had to do this to get the headlines because they want to get them reelected. But just remember, and I know I'm going to get like hate on this, you're going to rain hate on me. But Brian Fitzpatrick, he's the survivor. So I know that the Survivor finale was on CBS last night. Fitzpatrick is the survivor. Look at all of the collar counties. 0 Republicans have survived except Purple Fitzpatrick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying he's purple, okay, like Barney.
He is. No, you're right.
But you got to give it to him. He's the sole survival.
Yeah,
right.
I guess
survivor. And so this is what they're doing. There's literally, and this is how everybody's so easily played because all the media is going, it's stunning. These reasonable Republicans, they're going against the other. Yeah, because they want to get reelected.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're doing this. It's going nowhere. It gets in the Senate and it dies.
Yeah.
That's it.
I just don't know how you can be on board with chopping off body parts of minors. It just blows me away.
No, I think a lot, and that's the whole thing. None of this should be political, but it is.
Right. You're right. No, it's common sense, but obviously it's become political.
So
yep,
we got that going for us.
All
right. Shall we have a spa day together? Let's talk about Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping this year. Visit their locations, Glen Mills, Springfield. You can always go online, josephanthony.com, where you get gift cards because they're always available. No excuses. josephanthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live First Edition. I'm not doing Trump because obviously we're going to get to it. It's bigly with the big take. And Nick Kayal, I think that for your big take, you should have a delivery like President Trump did last night. So we're going to pump you full of
yeah, whatever they gave Biden and
caffeine and stuff.
Yeah, exactly right.
And you'll
and I'll fall out of the chair halfway through. There you go. Philly weather currently 33 degrees, going up to 50 today with sunny skies. So the warm up is on the way. We are out of the subarctic temperatures, and then tomorrow temperatures are around 60 with lots of rain. So all of that snow is on its way out. All right, coming up next, Thursday morning big take. Donald Trump addresses the nation. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by NordVPN.
How about a 15-minute vacation? Too short, you say? Consider research from University College Groningen, the Netherlands. 15 minutes of meditation per day brings as much improvement in positive emotions and stress reduction as a full day of vacation. The study used a 15-minute mindfulness meditation focused on the body and breath with a body scan and mind-wandering redirection. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
This December, Kitchen Magic offering great savings on the rooms you use most. Dawn Stensland here. You get 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations, just in time to refresh your home before the new year. Plus, you can lock in 2025 pricing now, protecting your budget from any increases. Family owned and proudly made in the USA, Kitchen Magic. Schedule your free design consultation today. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly.
Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain in the letter x.com/AI.
Ready to grow your savings and plant the seeds for a stronger financial future? With a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union, you can earn up to 3.05 annual percentage yield and enjoy flexible access to your funds. Or explore our competitive certificate and IRA specials to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
6:30 Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Great to have everybody in as we work our way towards the weekend. Cut sheet coming up just over an hour and 15 minutes from now. And coming up at 8:30, the great, hilarious Jimmy Fallon from Fox News and Fox Across America. You hear him weeknights at 7 right here on 1210. Looking forward to his weekly appearance. A lot of good stories to get to today, but first, we get to a Thursday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Donald Trump addresses the nation. Last night, Trump addressed America, largely touting his year one victories and what year two means for the economy. When it comes to the economy, he discussed where we've been, where we are, and where we are going. This morning, coming up in just a little while, the CPI numbers are expected to be released. And the prognostication is that core inflation will be around 3%, which of course is down 9.1% under Joe Biden. But largely, when you look at the first year of Trump, it has remained flat, or as they like to say, better than expected. But last night, what about the timing? That's what I found interesting with this address. Was this to make you feel good heading into your holiday break? Was this a way to shift the narrative away from people that are not feeling the economy and the cost of living and the affordability crisis? Year one overall for me, I think Donald Trump has been solid. I give him a B overall. In fact, he fixed the border and illegal immigration so quickly and swiftly that I think people almost have forgotten about it. Here was 47 last night. Listen and watch.
Possible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities. Just take a look at Washington, D.C.
He's also deployed federal troops and the National Guard to cities like he was just talking about right there in Washington, D.C., dealing with crime, and it's worked. He's ended some wars. He's established a peace deal in the Middle East. He's lowered gas prices. Those, along with ending federal DEI nonsense and a couple of other things with the Department of Education, those are his wins. But at this moment in time, fair or unfair, it's not enough apparently to appease the masses. You look at approval ratings, slightly ahead of Bush and Obama year 2, term 2, year 1, but it's not great. Last night, I think, was the kickoff to the midterms, and it's about economy, immigration, and crime. According to Reuters, Republicans still poll ahead of Democrats on these three major issues, and they were the same three major issues that defined the 2024 election. Now, tax cuts, energy prices, groceries, those are what need to happen in 2026, especially with the one big beautiful bill going into effect. Lower taxes, no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security, and it needs to be tangibly felt before summer vacation and summer holidays begin. Here was Trump last night on your finances. Listen and watch.
Treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast. Let's look at the facts. Under the Biden administration, car prices rose 22% and in many states 30% or more. Gasoline rose 30 to 50%. Hotel rates rose 37%. Airfares rose 31%. Now under our leadership, they are all coming down and coming down fast. Democrat politicians also sent the cost of groceries soaring, but we are solving that too. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was down 33% compared to the Biden last year. The price of eggs is down 82% since March, and everything else is falling rapidly. And it's not done yet, but boy, are we making progress. Nobody can believe what's going on. Here are just some of the efforts that we have underway. You will see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. After years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal. It's $3,300. And for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that. The wages, just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation.
We did the exercise yesterday. If wages are up 3.5% and inflation is around 3%, that's in the positive by about half a percentage point. That's a net gain for you and your bottom line. As he mentioned, gas, airfare, hotels, drug prices, sporting event tickets, pork, eggs, chicken, fruit, butter, pasta, all down. But what about bigger things like the housing market? Yesterday, I told you rent was down 1.7% in 2025 and 3.6% since the summer of 2023. But what about people trying to buy a home? Here is Trump on that front. Listen and watch.
Generating plants, a record, and it's a record that won't be beaten by practically, I would say, by anybody, or certainly not very soon. Prices on electricity and everything else will fall dramatically. The Democrat inflation disaster, again, the worst in the history of our country, also robbed millions of Americans of home ownership and indeed the American dream. The yearly cost of a typical new mortgage increased by $15,000 under Democrat rule. In 11 months, we've already gotten that annual cost down by $3,000, and it's coming down a lot lower. Wait till you see. The numbers are going to be shocking. And I'll soon announce our next chairman of the Federal Reserve, someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot and mortgage payments will be coming down even further early the new year, and you will see this. In the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal border invasion.
And when you look at some of the housing market numbers, specifically in the state of Pennsylvania, according to Realtor.com, the average home in Pittsburgh is now costing you less than $25,000 more than what it was before. So take a house that was in Pittsburgh that was $600,000, that house now on average going for $575,000. But how about this for a great gesture? And who could oppose this? Listen and watch.
Along with the just passed One Big Beautiful Bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000, think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago. We made a lot more money.
Think of all the TMF veterans, the mentors, and the warriors that we have on this show on the first Wednesday of every month, now getting a nice little economic boost. Very classy. Trump's second-term legacy, though, will be defined by the economy. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Doesn't matter about immigration. It doesn't matter about crime. If people don't have more money in their pocket, they will want change. 2026 midterms and Republicans fighting for election and re-election will feast or famine based off of your finances. And 2028 with J.D. Vance will hang in the balance on Trump's economy. Here was Trump in closing last night. Listen and watch.
Again, very simple. We are making America great again. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected. And our country is back, stronger than ever before. We're poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. Soon we will host the World Cup and the Olympics, both of which I got. But most importantly, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. There could be no more fitting tribute to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all.
Make America great again. By my math, Trump has 7 or 8 months left to do so, or you know what happens next November. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, you know the drill. If you want to jump in, Big Take, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. All right, we all sat down last night. We watched a little after 9 o'clock. Finally, Sean Hannity shut up around 9:02. We went right to the White House, and we did not get anything with war in Venezuela, but more of a year one recap conference call. Dawn, your thoughts on the way it played out last night, what you liked and what you're looking forward in year two?
Well, I think we have a lot to look forward to. And so when President Trump talks about, especially next summer, when we think about the big anniversary, Philadelphia front and center, as we know, we are an integral part of President Trump's plans and really all of the plans on a national stage. So that's pretty cool. I will say that, you know what's interesting, when I'm watching and listening this morning, I don't notice his delivery that I did notice live last night.
In real time, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now this morning, because it's, chopped up and it's being played everywhere in sound bites, I don't even notice it. But last night, because we were watching and my sons are like, wow, they gave him like, bunch of shots of espresso or he drank a lot of, Coca-Cola or whatever.
Yep.
But I don't actually notice it. And his delivery is just really high energy. So I know that everybody wants to say that, oh, he's saying things are just fine. But I see it differently. What he's saying is it's kind of like if you have a big mound, somebody piled up a big pile of dirt on your front lawn and you've been digging away at it and you've, by shovel, get a bulldozer, try to, bulldoze it over. It takes a while. And so what I see is incredible gains. Look at the gas prices. Now, I do see in the city of Philadelphia, we are officially everywhere under $3. But he had even predicted that we would go even well below 50 cents lower than that last night, right? And that was like, whoa. Energy fuels everything. And so that energy flips the switch. With gas prices and energy prices going down, right there, I know that's a sign to me. Every gas station where I see the gas prices going down, 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 that to me is tangible. It's real. You see it on every corner when you're driving by. And to me, that's the greatest sign. It was smart that he pointed to the gas prices.
Yeah. When you look at what he has been able to put in motion and accomplish in less than 11 months, I sit back and I say the hardest thing to fix quickly is the economy. So in the meantime, you have to check off other items on your to-do list and what you promised. And I just want to go back to the border for a moment and illegal immigration. He fixed that so quickly. We've almost forgotten about it. Many people said it was on par or slightly above or slightly below the economy last year in the election. And he fixed it just like that, proving that you don't need Congress to do so, proving that it was, in fact, broken. Now, you can evaluate how you want to judge him, but also how do you judge Congress? I put up a poll question last night. I said, with Trump doing his speech and addressing the nation, how would you grade him in year one? A, B, C, or D/F? 40% said A, 33% said B, 16% said D or F. Those must be the liberals that used to follow me from sports days. And then C was 11%. I'd probably give him a B because I give him an A with immigration. I give him an A with crime. I give him probably a B or an A, probably a B on the war front because we still have Russia-Ukraine going on, which has not been resolved. And that was one of his big promises. But the economy, look, and I've said this in past big takes with themes being better than expected, but how long is that good enough for? I think we are past the point of better than expected is good enough. But the question is, where will we be next year when the unofficial start the summer begins, Memorial Day weekend? Where will we be economically with grocery prices and energy prices, housing and rent when we get to our 250th anniversary? Because you know the way people operate. As soon as the summer comes, people are going to check out, right? And they're going to have their vacations, and they're either going to be like, oh, I was able to afford this, or man, this really set me back, or I can't have the vacation that I wanted. And then people check back in around Labor Day, and before you know it, as soon as you get back to your back to school, back to work groove, second week of September, you're 7 weeks away from the midterms. So if people then, when they check back in mentally to politics, don't feel that tangible excess money in their pocket, well, we know what's going to happen. History has shown us what's going to happen. And that, to me, is where Trump could get some sort of derailment in the second half of his second term, because if you lose the supermajority, then all of a sudden it's not as easy. That's why I really think these next 6 to 8 months are absolutely paramount. We're there with gas. We're getting there. I shouldn't say we're there. We're getting there with gas prices.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Look, I actually saw my Wawa, I said yesterday, is the most expensive. It was $2.99. The Sunoco that I go about 7 blocks the other way was $2.95. And then the little knockoff place, it's called like USA Gas. It's like the worst convenience store ever. Like there's one dude sitting there by himself all day. It was $2.89. So I'm anywhere between $2.89 and $2.99. I've seen tweets, people sending me screenshots One was out towards Limerick. It was like 283. So you're starting to see that, right? Like in this area. Thank God.
He's saying 250. He said
which is what I said. I said, remember weeks ago on the show, I said, is it a pipe dream to ask for $2.49 a gallon? If we can get there, I think everybody would be happy.
No, and that really fuels everything. I think Scott Bessent, I always watch what he says. And so he said, we are looking, his word was bountiful, a bountiful 2026. He said, we're finishing 2025 with 3.5% GDP growth, a narrower budget deficit. He used the word narrower because if you look at it, stronger capital spending. And he talked about the progress, especially when you look at all the what everybody's going to see with regard to the tax refunds starting to come in early 2026. But I can't emphasize enough that real wages rising, and that I think those are the things that if we talk about the tangibles rather than in sports you talk about the intangibles, but the tangibles here, as far as the rising real wages. And when you look at the gas prices, those are things we all see. And the gas prices going lower, that affects the delivery prices because as far as groceries, everything's got to get to your grocery store,
Point A to
right?
Point B, yep.
So if the gas prices are going down that drastically, that automatically will lower the grocery prices. So I'm very hopeful.
All right. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Hour 2 is on the way. We're going to get to Dan Bongino leaving the FBI. Also, those that continue to go after anybody who support Charlie Kirk or Turning Point USA. I'm going to take aim verbally at a Odyssey Chicago sports radio host who's no longer employed. And also, what in the world is going on in London with free speech, or I should say lack thereof, on social media? It's all still on the way. We wrap up the 6 o'clock hour with your calls next.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday, 3 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X for just $369 a month for 36 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to learn more.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
7 o'clock hour, fast approaching as we wrap up hour number 1 here on a Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, and Greg Stocker. 855-839-1210.
We still have our poll up on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. The story this morning, the stupid story of the day that we usually do around 6:02, was a woman wants to be able to claim her pet dog, pet golden retriever, to the IRS for tax purposes. You know, like we claim our children. Some of us do, at least.
Wow.
So the poll right now is up on YouTube. Should you be able to claim your pet as for tax purposes? It's worded not well on the YouTube chat, but right now the no's are winning.
I'm stunned
at 75%. Not just
shame
by a lot.
Oh, it's a landslide.
Yeah.
Wow.
Should you be able to claim your pets for tax purposes?
Wow.
Should be how it's written. It's not written that way. Go vote if you want to switch this up. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
The same audience that gets on me when I criticize my dog on the radio.
Yep.
Not interested in insuring their pets and then getting the tax benefits for taking care of the pet.
Yep.
Chris Forsyth, he's judging us. He's watching us. And so's his cat. Alucard. He's named the cat Alucard. I don't know. Forsyth might be drunk. He might have misspelled it. But Alucard is judging us on the poll as he's watching, which I didn't even realize that Chris Forsyth's watching us on his smart TV on YouTube. And the comments kind of just keep scrolling up on the right-hand side of the screen.
Oh, yeah. You've never seen that before?
I don't look at the YouTube chat during a live show.
No, I know you don't.
So,
I see what so you don't watch any live streams of anything on YouTube?
No.
Good for you.
No.
Good for you.
No, but I didn't know. I figured there was like a little chat box.
No.
That looks pretty cool.
You can enable it or disable it.
Okay.
If you want to. But yeah, if you want to just watch us on like a big screen, you can also get
How about that?
The comments.
Learn
It's pretty
something
cool.
new every day. Let's go to Big Al. Mullica Hill. Big Al. What's up, Big Al?
Hey, guys. You were talking about gas prices. I was just down in Florida a couple weeks ago. In Naples, I paid $2.77 a gallon.
Nice.
A friend of mine in Fort Myers paid $2.45 a gallon. Now, I just drove from New Jersey over to Commodore Barry Bridge, and Wawa usually has a higher price of gas. So in New Jersey, I just noticed I rode by two Wawas, $2.79 a gallon, and then I came over to Commodore Barry, and the Wawa over here is $2.99. Now, here's the important thing. Our newly elected governor in New Jersey now is trying to raise the gas taxes because this is the perfect time, because when gas prices are going down, they're going to raise it and you won't notice it. She wants to raise our sales tax over there to 7%. She wants to do it before she gets elected, gets into office, so she doesn't get blamed for this.
Yep. I was actually just reading something that Matt Rooney wrote for Save Jersey. You could check it out on his website or his Twitter feed about, the elevation of tax prices. And he's basically saying, we told you this was going to happen. And actually, Big Al, it's pretty funny. Rooney has a hat. He says, don't blame me. I voted for Jack on the hat.
Yep, and I voted for Jack. I was with Jack many times, and I wish people would stop just say, "Okay, I'm a Democrat. Let me vote Dem." Look who's doing the best job and wants to do the best for the country. What Trump is doing, the Democrats are fighting him every step of the way. If he said the sky was blue, they say it wasn't true.
Yep.
And if he cured cancer, when you can't stand, I go back to that the speech he made. When you can't stand for an 11-year-old boy with cancer, and you make politics out of that, you know what? That just shows me exactly where they are. We're in trouble if we don't get these things straightened out.
Right. Totally agree. Big Al. By the way, I mentioned, Dawn, and I know you had highlighted it, and then I gave some of the specifics yesterday. I think it might have been in the big take with Pennsylvania gas tax. Do we know where New Jersey ranks as far as how we know Pennsylvania is right up there with California and Illinois?
Yeah, we have one of the absolute highest in the nation. We're at almost 59 cents. It's like 58.7 cents, and that's per gallon. That doesn't even count. What's the diesel? I think diesel's like
diesel's way higher.
74.1
Yep.
cents a gallon. That is crazy.
It is. Jersey's got
nuts.
Jersey has it figured out with gas, and they pump it for you. What a concept. I would love to have that happen in Pennsylvania. 855-839-1210. Hour 2 is on the way. Dan Bongino out at the FBI, it's looking like. How would you sum up his less than 10 months? Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
King Shooter Supply and King of Prussia reminds you that the holiday season is here already. And now's the time to book your work, family, or friend group on the range for a safe and fun shooting experience. King Shooters has everything from .22s for the new shooters to rifles, suppressors, even machine guns for that very special group. Contact them today to book your group, King Shooter.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscribe to our YouTube channel yet. Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard.
Oh, yeah. Kayal Company fired up on a Thursday morning. Jimmy Fallon from Fox News in an hour and a half. Cut sheet coming up in 45 minutes. A lot of good stories to get to as well. Don't forget you can get us on the holidays are here, and so are Wawa's holiday beverages. Sip into the season with a new caramel sugar iced latte, peppermint cookies, and a cream smoothie, or a hot peppermint mocha. But hurry, holiday flavors are only available while the season lasts. 855-839-1210. Our buddy Steve Pacraduni from Jack Chitterelli's team says gas prices will go up in New Jersey big time on January 1, 2026. Jersey is in the top 10. And he says we are 56 cents tax on a gallon of diesel and 49 cents tax on a gallon of regular unleaded gasoline.
Yeah, that's an automatic increase. So
Yep.
January 1st is 4.2 cent increase. It's auto, so every year it's going to go up.
Yep. All right. Let's get to another big revelation from yesterday, as Dan Bongino is going to be stepping down as the number 2 in command of the FBI behind number one, Kash Patel. Phil, if you want to throw up K3, you'll see Bongino's post on X. He says, I will be leaving my position with the FBI in January. I want to thank President Trump, AG Bondi, and Director Patel for the opportunity to serve with purpose. Most importantly, I want to thank you, my fellow Americans, for the privilege to serve you. God bless America and all those who defend her. And there had been reports for the last week or so that he had begun cleaning out his office, and speculation that he's going back into the world of broadcast media, going back to either a podcast, his radio show, perhaps TV again on Fox News. And I asked this question, and I always try to see if my opinion, not that I really care if you agree with it, but if it's encapsulating the correct pulse of the people. And I have said that I have been down on the trio of Bondi, Patel, and Bongino. Certainly gave them credit last week or 2 weeks ago when they discovered who the J6 pipe bomber was. And I asked people on X last night, how would you grade Dan Bongino's time with the FBI? In fact, I asked, with Dan Bongino leaving the FBI, was he a failure? 31% say yes, 31% say no, 38% say mixed bag. So 69% say either mixed bag, wins and losses, or failure. Only about 3 out of 10 saying he was a success. So I started thinking about all of the big stories and the little stories that don't get the attention they deserve, even though they are very important, but they just pop up in a headline, or you see them on a scroll, or you see it on a post on social media, and you say, all right, great job. And then we forget about it, right? Because we're always encapsulated and caught up in the salacious stuff. We want the sizzle, even though some of the substance has been very good. And I started thinking about his wins and his losses. January 6th pipe bomber identified. Biden administration did not care about it. This administration did. Oh, by the way, bombs planted at the DNC and the RNC. So bipartisan effort to say, you know what, we can't have people trying to blow up conventions regardless of your politics. What about Thomas Crooks? I remain unsatisfied. Charlie Kirk, we'll get to that in a moment. The Washington Post has a deep expose telling us more about Tyler Robinson than the feds have ever told us. What about Epstein? Supposedly tomorrow, the files get released. Polymarket says there's a 57% chance that we do have it released tomorrow. But could you argue that Bongino went 1-3 on the big cases? Now, again, he works for Kash Patel. Kash Patel's his boss. No doubt about it. In my opinion, Pam Bondi has been the biggest disappointment. And I actually have to admit I was wrong, because when Matt Gaetz was pushed aside for Bondi, I said, you know what? Bondi's got a pretty good reputation. Probably a better lawyer with less headaches. Having seen Bondi botch the Epstein files, even though I know Matt Gaetz is kind of a scumbag, I kind of wonder what it would be like with Matt Gaetz. But did he do, and here's the ultimate question I think people have to ask and answer, and none of us can really confirm any of this. This is just gut and speculation. Did Dan Bongino do the best that he could do, but realized it's just way too bureaucratic, it's just way too corrupt, and the swamp is just too much to overcome? Or did Dan Bongino talk a great game in the podcast world and then go in there and underperform? I know he has said, like, he misses his wife. They've been separated. He's in D.C. She's in, I guess, New York or wherever they live. I don't know. I think when you're Dan Bongino and you've got more money than you know what to do with, you could probably have your wife relocate, although I don't know the details of the marriage. It feels to me, if you want to say failure is too strong of a word because it was not his FBI, that's fine. And maybe we had too many expectations based on what we believe happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, what we believe happened in Utah at a Turning Point USA event, what we think is in the Epstein files. But maybe he set the bar so high for himself with his bloviating and gasbagging in the podcast world that he didn't deliver on what he said he would do when he got there. So I'm curious to know what people think, because it seems like, at least from a small sample size of a poll on X, most people do not think he was a runaway success. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Dawn, how would you evaluate what he has done? And do we have to maybe admit that our speculation of Thomas Matthew Crooks acting not alone is maybe The fact that he did act alone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my gut feeling of how could that roof be unmanned, maybe that was just a terrible mistake and not intentional in nature.
Yeah, as far as, I just think with Bongino, we care about this stuff. I think the average person, as he leaves, nobody notices. I think that he's in the real world that's not in a bubble. People are concerned about what we were talking about, in the first hour.
That's
and
true.
That's right. Gas price, what are your bills? Can you pay off the credit cards after all the holiday shopping? So he leaves, and I know that he just said he wants to go back to his show and all of that, but I think in the big scheme of things, it doesn't really matter.
Let me ask you this, though. For our audience, forget the average person, which I agree with everything you just said there. I think most people that are just living their daily lives do not know who Christopher Wray is. They do not know who James Comey is. They don't know who Dan Bongino or Kash Patel is. But for those in this audience that absorb it, those that live on social media, those that are political experts or politics junkies that just can't get enough of it. Guilty as charged, raise my hand. I spend way too much time thinking about this and obsessing about it, but it's kind of my job. So you wanted to drain the swamp. You wanted people handcuffed. You wanted vindication and restorative justice, credibility to the FBI, which on that front, as far as the actual law and order day-to-day operations, I think they've done a really good job. Sex predators, child traffickers, drugs, gangs, you name it, terrorists, kudos. Honestly, he's actually going out probably, if you had to give a Dan Bongino approval rating, probably going out with his best approval rating because in the last 2 weeks, January 6th pipe bomber, and then you foil that terrorist attack in Los Angeles with 5 suspects who, oh, by the way, according to reports, 2 of them are transgender. Color me shocked and surprised. No. I know our buddy Road Warrior loves to take a victory lap when we have an arraignment. But I don't need to tell Road Warrior this. Arraignment's like one of the first steps in the process. Let me know when we get to step 5, 6, or 7 in the criminal procedure process where we actually have a jury, a case, a trial, a judge, a ruling, a verdict, a sentence. Because I'm so tired of all of these people getting away with all of this. One of the stories we haven't even been able to get to this week has been the fact that the FBI and the Mar-a-Lago raid was conducted without probable cause.
I know. So I can't believe we didn't get to that one.
So for everybody that was pissed off, and rightfully so, how dare them show up and raid Trump's whatever, and then go through Melania Trump's lingerie drawer, justifiable outrage. You did not have probable cause. And that story, and it's not just us. I don't know that Fox News has spent much time on it because there's so many other big stories out there, including Brown University.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's any other time it would be a huge story. And I think in passing, I headlined it at some point and then poof, there's so much going on. And that's why it's important. Even as we begin the next year, it's like a report card and keeping the score on everything and making sure that we do all the follow-ups, because I think, and that's why with Bongino, President Trump said he did a great job. He leaves with dignity. He's a patriot. I like him. I think it's got to be frustrating, like you said, with a demeanor like that, to when you're a person of results, right? To be in a job where there's so much bureaucracy.
Or is it that podcasting and bloviating is easy and doing day-to-day work is hard?
Well, that's true, too. The day I get fired from here, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Just throwing it out there. Because I heard Trump say, I heard he wants to go back to his show. So he's going to go back to a show, make millions of dollars. He obviously took a pay cut to be in the FBI. He's going to go back to a show, make millions of dollars. He can sit there for 2 hours, get all the conspiracy nuts all up in a rage and
throw poop at the wall,
collect a paycheck.
Yep.
That's way easier than going out and trying to get the bad guys.
And I would agree with you, and that's why when you look at President Trump, look at him. It'd be way easier to be, a billionaire with a stunningly beautiful wife. The Muse. I love that her Secret Service name is Muse.
By the way, have we officially moved forward with getting that movie theater get together for all the ladies out there that want to go see the Melania movie?
It does have to, and all the.
I'm busy.
Look, I said all the radio brothers. I don't know if the guys want to do this, but I think it'd be fun.
I'll go.
For you.
You would?
Yeah.
And you know what I thought of? You mentioned St. Kristen, your wife.
Well, if she's there, I'm not going.
But also
And then also on the Charlie Kirk front, I need to go in on a former Odyssey Chicago sports talk radio host who thinks he's a big tough guy and wants to kind of threaten Major League Baseball players because they missed a meaningless game in September after somebody was assassinated. You dope. 855-839-1210, the phone number. But first, let's talk about our friends at Piazza and Mercedes-Benz. This holiday season, it's all about sharing the love of driving excellence. At the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. And right now, they have exceptional offers like the 2025 C-Class sedan or the 2026 GLC SUV with 1.99% financing for 36 months. And the deals are so good that even radio sales reps are cashing in on this. Our buddy Michael Steinberg just got a gorgeous new Mercedes-Benz in Westchester. So stop on out, take advantage of all of the offers at all three of their locations throughout the tri-state area. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, right here in Pennsylvania. Mercedes-Benz of Wilmington in Opelka Country, or down the shore in Atlantic City.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
What's up, world? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, chicken farmer, and now host of Free Range. This is a show where I go off the field and off the script. We're talking what's hot in music, film, trending news, and everything blowing up your feed. If you love football, you'll feel at home. But if you're here for the vibes, the internet deep dives, the conversation, this is your podcast. Join me every Wednesday. Follow and listen to Free Range with me, Von Miller, everywhere you get your podcast.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Mustard. Mustard.
Oh yeah, Kayal and Company.
So today, Phil Almquist, which you'll hear more about at 9:50 this morning on Today Music History.
Mustard.
Today is Keith Richards' 82nd birthday.
Hey,
first
Amazing.
of all, who would have thought that Keith Richards would have made it to 82?
All those transfusions.
But I'm trying to think here about. So at 7 o'clock, I played Jumpin' Jack Flash, and this is Can't Get No Satisfaction, or Satisfaction as it's called. I'm trying to think of Keith Richards' best riff.
Best riff?
Best riff. Most iconic riff. Jumpin' Jack Flash, Satisfaction. What's another one? Brown Sugar, maybe? I don't know. I'm going to have to think about this. Phil and I should debate this.
You guys should huddle up and do a live, on-the-air
For Saturday night, you mean?
Well,
or for Saturday night.
Well, he's never invited me on, Don. So.
Yeah, it's a total violation.
What?
Yeah, he's never invited me on a show.
I mean, look, you see the way he shoves Rooney out of the way when he comes in here for his music bit.
I know.
He walks in like he's Mick Jagger himself. Or Keith Richards, for that matter.
He's way better looking than Mick Jagger.
By the way, have you guys seen Gary Busey? Speaking of looks,
Gary Busey wasn't an attractive man in 1988.
Man, drugs did a wonder on him, huh?
Before he had his motorcycle accident.
Holy smokes.
Where he almost ended up dead.
Yeah.
I'll never forget watching one of the best concerts, and Mick Jagger, and it was here in Philly, Wells Fargo Center, which probably wasn't called that at the time. And the stage moves out, so he's right there. And I said to my husband, there is a guy that his mom, Mick Jagger, told him his whole life, you are so beautiful, you are so brilliant. Look at this ugly, wiry little man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that is somebody with so much confidence. I credited, of course, a good mother.
Good upbringing, right?
Yeah.
But by the way, Phil thinks Start Me Up's the best riff. Man, this is a good one.
See, I was going to say that, but I figured you guys would ridicule that as the music snobs and call me an entry-level Stones guy and say, no, it's not even top 5.
Well, Keith Richards has said in interviews that his favorite riff is Jumpin' Jack Flash. So, I don't know. I have to take this under advisement.
December 18th, 1943.
Yep.
There you go. 82. 855-839-1210. And we don't really need to start anything up because
We start at 6 a.m.
we've been started up for about an hour and 23 minutes. So I thought this was interesting. The Washington Post, now they do try to almost like mitigate and downplay some of the politics behind Tyler Robinson, the alleged shooter and killer of Charlie Kirk. But there was a couple takeaways, and I just wanted to give this to people in regards to sometimes how the media actually does a good job of giving us more information than the authorities. And I probably can count on my hand with 3 fingers how many times I've credited the Washington Post. But overall, I thought they did a good job at least telling us more and doing some investigative journalism. And they write the following: a patchwork of social interactions and a trail of online posts provide a view into Tyler Robinson's life and his beliefs, a post-examination found. 55 minutes before he allegedly shot and killed Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson was bragging about his success playing the online puzzle game Wordle. I'm assuming some people in this audience probably play that game on their phone. But
I used to play it all the time.
Do you really?
I used to. I don't play it anymore.
Okay.
Probably
My
10
sons
years.
do it.
Yeah?
Probably 10 years ago. I used to
10
play it
years
all
ago?
the time. Yeah.
But they don't assassinate anybody 50 minutes later. That's the difference here. Yeah. In the morning of September 10th, Robinson had guessed the answer Palti on his 3rd attempt. He sent his results in a celebratory meme to a friend who responded with a meme of his own and conceded it had taken him 5 tries. By then, according to prosecutors, Robinson had already driven 3 hours from his home in southern Utah with a high-powered rifle. He was about to make his way onto the campus of Utah Valley University, where Kirk was set to speak to a crowded group outdoors. This examination draws on interviews with 21 people who knew Robinson, as well as hundreds of messages he exchanged online over the past 5 years. And the online theme here is kind of something that we should really examine, because we talked about the online theme of Thomas Matthew Crooks and how he was very active on different chat boards and YouTube pages and things like that. And that was one of the revelations that Tucker Carlson unearthed in one of his examinations. But you can see here the reporters, they try to downplay leftist politics in the story. But I'm going to give you a few excerpts of this story where the friends reveal that both Robinson and his trans lover roommate, Lance Luna Twiggs, were becoming increasingly hateful of Donald Trump and conservatives over transgender issues, which actually, and the reason I'm going to read this for you, it matches with what Robinson's family told the authorities and what he allegedly referenced on the rifle cartridges. Let me just give you these 4 paragraphs from the Washington Post. A few times when he was drunk, Robinson would, quote, joke about right-wing politicians, one person recalled. Quote, like that guy's going to catch a bullet one day or something like that. No one took it seriously, he and another friend said, noting that it was the kind of flippant remark anyone in the group might make during a night of drinking. In July of 2024, Robinson reacted on Discord, where have we heard the Discord before, to the news that someone had shot Trump with a message that his friends understood to be a joke. Robinson's roommate increasingly complained about right-wing politicians, about anti-trans sentiment in Utah, and about receiving funny looks from coworkers, the person said. Discord messages show that the roommate asked friends whether they wanted to attend an anti-Trump protest after the 2024 election. The archives do not show any reply from Tyler Robinson. The roommate viewed Trump's election as a loss for trans rights and was distraught, according to the person. More than once, the person said he saw Robinson cradling his sobbing roommate in his arms. In February, the roommate erupted at a friend who was visiting from out of town and came to the apartment for a magic game, according to 2 people who were there. As the visitor began to say something about transgender athletes, the roommate interrupted him from another room and shouted repeatedly to, quote, shut up, as Robinson sat silently on a nearby couch, the 2 people said. The group went quiet before play eventually resumed. The person, who spent a significant amount of time at the apartment in that period, said that after Robinson started dating his roommate, Robinson began criticizing conservatives for fear-mongering on trans issues. Robinson also complained about right-wing figures in the news, including Trump, whose tariffs he believed would tank the economy, the person said. So we have this kind of morphing from what Tyler Robinson grew up in, which reportedly was a conservative Republican family, a family that valued the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. And something happens. This guy, again, living his life online in the digital world, Discord chat servers and things like that. Something happens. He starts dating a transgender individual and then obviously takes it to the extent in which he allegedly shoots and kills Charlie Kirk. I mean, it confirms to me a lot of things. This, again, is not a hot take. It's in the DSM-4. Gender dysphoria is a known and accredited mental illness, according to psychiatrists and those in the clinical profession. And then when you go out there and you act on this, again, I go back to what is happening to these individuals. And look, he was an adult, so I don't want to say he was I feel like indoctrination is something we use with minors. Maybe somebody will disagree with that. But something happened where this guy goes from where he was right of center growing up to far left political extremism. And I don't know what the solution is, and I don't want the government in my business. That being said, do we need to do something here about at least surveillance and monitoring of things such as Discord? Because I actually, for all the stuff that Erica Kirk has said, and I'm not throwing shade at Erica Kirk here, the biggest takeaway I had from her Barry Weiss interview was social media is dehumanizing us. The internet and social media, and we've said this in passing, is not real life. It's a fun house. It's a mirror. It's a tribal corner where you go if it's political. But there's got to be something done where the authorities, and we know they can listen to us on our device at any point. They can track our browser histories. That's why people have encrypted devices and hard drives and blah, 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 blah. But what do we do to prevent this moving forward? Can anything be done? Because I do think we are, and I know these things happen very infrequently, but we have this online, and again, indoctrination, not the right word, grooming. I don't even know that that's the right word, but there's a bubbling up to the surface of hate that is being fostered. And again, I'm all for free speech, and including some hate speech that, look, it's protected under the First Amendment. But what do we do to combat this? Because this guy seems like he went from 0 to 60 and became a nobody to a total threat, and then killed Charlie Kirk, allegedly, in the matter of 55 minutes, going from, think about the level of disconnect that you have to have. You're legitimately playing a game that my mother-in-law probably plays on the couch while she's bored, and then less than an hour later, allegedly, you've got a long gun on a roof, and you shot somebody in the neck. That's cold-blooded. I don't even know how you compartmentalize from doing something that most people do on their phone to kill 10 minutes to then potentially allegedly killing somebody here.
Yeah, I think the crisis is mental health. And the crisis is that, and if you look at, and what's happening here is the required disclosure of all of the evidence. So all of this, they have 14,000+ pieces of evidence that they've gathered. They have released to his defense team, which is court appointed, about half of that. And so you have court reporters and others, and the staff of Tucker Carlson. We know he has a huge staff. So everybody gets to sift through this. It's becoming public. And so we're learning a lot about the profile of this guy along the way with the evidence. And so for somebody who was lonely, who was, I will say this is the common thread. Look at Mr. Eyebrows, and now I'm blanking on his name, caught in Altoona, Pennsylvania. You look at Mangione, you look at all of these different individuals. The common thread to me is these lonely incel type white guys who feel isolated, who feel diminished, if you will, who want to make a mark. And so they get on these online groups and they feel emboldened. They feel like, I'm somebody here. I matter here. But he also has all of these with Robinson, the suspect in Charlie Kirk's assassination. He has all of these compulsive, obsessive type it looks like disorders that have developed over the years, albeit a brilliant guy. I mean, and from a nice family. People talk about, well, it's the parents matter, the family. Well, came from what appears to be this nice family. What happened here? What went wrong with this guy?
Mhm.
To me, it looks like a mental health crisis. I would love to know what was he on? What was he prescribed? And then were he and his roommate, his trans, gay, whatever relationship roommate, were they doing any recreational type drugs?
No, it's a great
on
question.
top
Yeah.
of any prescriptions? When I looked at him in that court appearance that we saw the first time that we saw him in the court with his defense team, facing all these charges, his parents, he smiled at his mom briefly and his dad and his brother. But I looked at his eyes. I mean, his eyes looked crazy. And there's more going on with this young man.
Well, it's one of two things with the eyes always. Like you're saying, the crazy eyes, or like when Stalker points out a mugshot and sees those soulless, dark, just like empty eyes with nothing behind it. It's always like one of those two, right?
Yeah, you're right, Nick. And I think in when you think about biblical, descriptions of people, they described it as demon possessed. That's what they described, I think, a lot of times as mental health.
Yeah.
But I think we have a mental health crisis.
There's no doubt.
And it's in my opinion, it was already brewing, but then it was supersized during the pandemic and the shutdowns.
Yeah.
And so all of that being supersized, and then kids being medicated. Go back and look at his age group.
Yep.
What age was it? Where was he? Where were all of these kids? Where was the Pennsylvania kid? Where were they during the pandemic? And so I'm not blaming the pandemic. I'm simply saying it's the perfect storm, the tragic perfect storm.
Yeah.
We have to look at the mental health crisis going on. And it's with females too, by the way. The females, it's manifesting differently in females.
Yeah, it shows up in Fight Club.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, I think in some females, maybe this is a bizarre thing for me to say, maybe that's the healthiest way that they're getting out their aggression and their frustration physically and fighting it out.
Yep.
But I think for these males, the Thomas Crooks of the world, the Tyler Robinsons, what do they have in common? These were all very smart, high intelligence, straight A's. Their teachers said what good students they are. So how is their frustration with everything manifesting? It's inward.
Yeah.
And then it's obsessive, and it's just like a festering, pus-filled wound.
Ooh.
And all of a sudden, poosh, it blows up in our faces, and everybody goes, oh, what happened to that nice boy?
You're right. Speaking of Charlie Kirk, I want to wrap with this in regards to a story we covered back in September. So there is a guy who used to be on the sports station in Chicago, 670 The Score, which is owned by Odyssey. His name is Dan Bernstein. I think he did afternoons. He was first suspended and then fired after a social media fight over the size of a fish. And Bernstein got into it with one of his followers, apparently threatening to dox another ex-user's children. And this guy has had a long history of tough guy on the radio. Geez, I used to work with a guy like that. I wish I could remember what his name was. Anyway, so he was let go by Odyssey. So now he's doing like an independent YouTube video podcast called 312 Chicago. I think that's Dawn, 312 is the area code in Chicago, I believe. 312?
I think so,
if I recall.
Yeah.
So we covered this story back in September when he and others were ripping the Cubs' Matt Shaw for skipping out of a baseball game for the Cubs to attend the funeral of Charlie Kirk. Fox News has this story. Chicago Cubs infielder Matt Shaw is going to be amongst the numerous speakers at Turning Point USA's America Fest, which I believe is coming up this weekend in Phoenix.
It starts today.
Oh, it starts today.
It's actually getting underway today.
Okay.
And you know what? Frank Scales, our friends Frank and
Oh, that's
Ian,
right. You did say
yeah.
this. Yes.
So hopefully they'll be calling in.
Yes.
At some point.
So Shaw attended Charlie Kirk's funeral, which stirred up controversy because he left his team during a postseason push. Bernstein added he did not want Shaw to give him any other BS about faith or being Kirk's friend before taking shots at Turning Point and other conservative figures slated to be at the event. Phil, I believe we have this clip. I think it's K2. Let's roll this, and then I'm going to react to it.
Matt Shaw is telling you something. I don't want to hear any mealy-mouthed explanations when he's asked about it. I don't want him to say, oh, well, I'm just his friend, or this is just because of my faith. Don't give me any of that. Own it. Own it. That's all I ask. Embrace it. Be proud of it, Matt Shaw. That's all I ask. Is don't try to say this isn't what this is. Just have the guts to stand up when asked about it, and when asked about your appearance, standing shoulder to shoulder with Donald Trump Jr. and Steve Bannon and Roger Stone and Megyn Kelly and J.D. Vance. Just be proud of it. Just say, these are my people. I feel strongly about what this represents, and don't lie, don't obfuscate, be proud of it.
All right,
be proud that you're standing in between.
There. You get the general gist, and we're up against it time-wise. So let me ask tough guy Dan Bernstein, what exactly do you want? Or I know what you said you want, but so you, I don't want to hear he's just a friend, or I don't want to just hear it's your faith. Well, I mean, he was friends with people in Turning Point USA, and he happens to be a Christian. So, yeah, that's all it is, friend or faith. And where this tough act comes from is because when Matt Shaw was asked about it by the gaggle of Cubs reporters back in September, he didn't really want to get into it, and he didn't want to make it political. He said, I'm going to a funeral and a viewing, and I'm paraphrasing here, for somebody I knew, I had respect for, and I had a relationship with. He doesn't owe you anything else. In fact, I'll be consistent. I've always said I don't want my athletes getting political. Stay in your sports lane. He was asked about it. He gave a honest answer. He's a soft-spoken dude. Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure Matt Shaw would wipe Dan Bernstein out with one flick of his finger if he ever felt the need to do so. And I've got these blowhards that are sitting there acting like, I mean, does any of us sit there and say when LeBron gets political or Steve Kerr gives a 3-minute dissertation on gun control laws, do I sit here and say, own it, Steve Kerr, and I don't want to hear you couch it. I know he's liberal. And while I don't like to have my sports and politics mix, he doesn't owe me an apology. He doesn't owe me a explanation beyond what he's already explained. So I don't even understand what the axe to grind is, other than the fact that this guy clearly hates Republicans.
He's a liberal a-hole. That's
his
problem. And his problem too is that Odyssey showed him the door, because he's an absolute kook, in my opinion, who went after people on Twitter and said he was going to dox them and all that.
And their kids.
All over the size of a fish he caught or something.
Yeah.
Something
the
along
most
those lines.
dumbest thing of all time. Yeah.
But can I just interject something very quickly? And that is that Matt is one of the headline speakers at the Turning Point Amfest.
Yeah.
So he's one of the speakers. But I will say this Dan Creep, who I don't care who he is, but to call Turning Point, which is a gathering of Christians, to say that it's a Nazi adjacent.
Oh, yes, he did say that.
Ew.
Yeah.
A Nazi pep rally or something, like gross.
Yeah.
These guys.
The predominant faith in America is a Nazi rally, according to him.
These sports guys, and we saw it. You made a veil reference to it earlier. Like these sports guys in that think that they know everything. And, that have this liberal agenda. And by the way, I don't care if they're liberal. They can be conservative and just, be a-holes too. But I'm just saying they have this liberal agenda that they have to push down everybody's throat. And they're just so deranged by it. They're
I know.
So, oh, God, like just like stay out of your feelings.
Trump's
all the
broken
time.
their brains.
Broken their brains.
Yep.
And he's just another casualty in the sports world where these guys are dying to talk politics.
Oh yeah,
they're dying to,
which I'm fine with. So then make a pivot like I did.
So they go on Twitter and they say stupid stuff, And, there's consequences for it.
Yeah.
There's consequences. Don't dox people.
Yeah.
You know
Well,
what I mean?
Dan, if you want to end up, now there's not really liberal talk radio, but, if you want to go and work.
with Rachel on Mondays.
Yeah. Go on News Nation. Compete for the spot that Katie Pavlich got, right?
But here's the thing, it's just they can't control themselves, and it's just it's a sickness. In my opinion, it's a sickness.
It is. It's like a mental health.
Yes.
Well, he did say in the article I cited from it was actually Axios. I guess Axios has markets now. According to Axios Chicago, he took a total reboot and a mental health reset, and he says he will not be engaging on X with anybody anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine that. There was a midday host that said that here too. Not here, but in the city.
Mm-hmm. No, this
I
guy.
wish I knew his name.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Also, he can't just recognize that Matt of the Cubs, but Matt Shaw was grieving. He also was scratched from the lineup on the 10th when Charlie was, assassinated because this was his friend.
Yeah.
This was personal. It was not political. It was never about politics.
And who cares what this guy does? This player does in the offseason.
Well, he's allowed to grieve.
100%.
Yeah. But to this guy, to me, the truth is to say that a group of Christians, young Christians who are gathering, to liken them to Nazis.
Yep.
You just have an ugly brain and an ugly heart.
Yeah. I didn't even know who Matt Shaw was. I
It's
wouldn't
a
be able to
good
pick him out
point.
from Garrett Stubbs.
When we talked about that story back in September, I remember everybody was just like, who the hell is Matt Shaw?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was a rookie, right?
Yeah, but he's a
guess.
Christian.
Yeah.
He's a young man who's a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why even when we first started our conversations about Charlie, and people were saying like political, I didn't think of Charlie first as political.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because if you followed him for a while, with Charlie, the Christianity came first. Politics was just one of the pathways.
Yeah. All right, well, there you have it. We'll come back, get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, and just 45 minutes from now, the great, hilarious Jimmy Fallon from Fox News, Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
But first, we got to talk about a little magic. Talking about my friends at Kitchen Magic, because this month in December, yes, Kitchen Magic offering some great savings just for you on the rooms that you use most, that we all use most, right? So get 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations just in time to refresh your home before the new year. Plus, obviously, you're locking in 2025 pricing right now, protecting your budget from any possible increases. So family owned, proudly made right here in the USA, Kitchen Magic has been delivering high-quality craftsmanship since 1979, completely tariff-proof. Visit kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com. Learn more and schedule your free design consultation today. Do this. Get this on the calendar right now. kitchenmagic.com. Kitchen Magic. You got to make some magic in the kitchen, in the bathrooms. These are incredible deals. What are you waiting for? 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom remodeling and bathroom installations. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes. goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
7:50 Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey iHeartRadio apps. Watch us on YouTube. If you can't get us live from 6 to 10 o'clock, get us on demand. However you download your podcasts, iTunes, Spotify. Follow us on iTunes, and you'll be notified when the latest edition is there for your consumption. Right now, let's get down to business. Actually, only 5 minutes late today. Not bad. So what's on that cut sheet?
Basically on time.
Yeah.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Rams. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring. What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Business Insider completed a 5-month investigation finding that Nancy Pelosi and dozens of members of Congress and nearly 200 senior congressional staffers had violated the Stock Act, a law designed to prevent insider trading.
Oh, I thought she was just naturally gifted to, hit at 98% or whatever she does.
Business Insider reporters combed through dozens of documents, finding that lawmakers and staffers frequently miss deadlines for disclosing stock trades, sometimes to the tune of millions of dollars.
Oh.
They just missed the deadline.
Is that a conspiracy theory proven right now?
Let's watch a little bit of this from Business Insider.
Should members of Congress and their spouses be banned from trading
2021.
individual stocks while serving in Congress?
No, I don't know to the second one.
No.
We have a responsibility to report in the stock.
Yes.
On the stock, but if people aren't reporting, they should be.
That was me asking then Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi about stock trading in Congress, a moment that just resurfaced in a new New York Times story about how stock trading is impacting Pelosi's legacy as she looks to leave Congress next year. Back in 2021, Business Insider completed a 5-month investigation finding that dozens of members of Congress and nearly 200 senior congressional staffers had violated the Stock Act, a law designed to prevent insider trading. Business Insider reporters combed through dozens of documents, finding that lawmakers and staffers frequently missed deadlines for disclosing stock trades, sometimes to the tune of millions of dollars. I asked Speaker Pelosi if members of Congress and their spouses should be banned from trading individual stocks while serving. She said no, stating that we are a free market economy and that lawmakers should be able to participate in it. Pelosi's stocks are technically owned by her husband, Paul. Still, independent observers have found that the Pelosis and other members of Congress have managed to outperform the market in their stock portfolios. Years later, stock trading in Congress remains a live issue. Weeks after I asked Pelosi about a stock trading ban, she reversed course herself on the issue, saying that she was open to a ban. In the House, Rep. Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican from Florida, is currently trying to force a vote on banning members of Congress from trading stocks. The bill would require lawmakers to completely divest their portfolios within 180 days of the bill's enactment. It's already gathered dozens of signatures, and the bill's authors say they're confident that it would pass if it makes it to the floor.
Well, based on that evidence, I'm prepared to come out and say she might be the biggest white-collar criminal in the history of American civilization. Spank my bottom. And I thought that was, she was just had the best broker in the industry. One of the smartest Wall Street dudes going, or maybe out on the West Coast. Oh, but it's in her husband's name. Oh, yeah, God.
Nothing's going to happen here because she's not a criminal, because it is totally legal.
I was just going to say that.
You know,
yeah.
And that's the sin of all of this. That these individuals, while they hold health care in their hands, while they hold all of our futures and our children and future grandchildren, all of that fate, these people are sucking right off of our, you know what. So I just think that sucking off the teat, if you will,
T-double-E-T.
of the American taxpayer.
You know when you're running an illegal business operation and they call it a front, right? You put something up that looks legal and natural, but behind that back door is where all the money's really made by illegal practices, even though this is not illegal, should be illegal, certainly unethical.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a vote. That's what the $179,000 is. That's the front so that you can get to the big bucks.
So let me ask you, Don, then you're against all family members getting rich off of their father's or grandfather's position?
What I'm saying here is that she's Greg.
Just asking for a friend.
Look at her.
The billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia. Just asking.
Well, okay. Here's what we're talking about. We're talking about Nancy Pelosi and Congress members in private sessions. And so they know, for example, they know with energy, they know with their legislation that they're working on, they know about these huge projects upcoming.
Yeah.
And so they go, oh, well, they're going to have, whatever. They're going to break ground in wherever, somewhere in Montana or somewhere in Arizona, somewhere in Pennsylvania on blah-blah-blah. And so we know that this stock in this little unknown company that is going to have a huge government contract is going to explode and go through the roof. I might just have my hubby or my son or my whatever invest in that. That's what we're talking about. And they've been doing this for decades. All of them, Republicans, Democrats, part of the swamp. And so they're motivated by this. And so to your point, Greg, as far as the nepotism, as far as somebody's kids, you'll never see them talk about this exact issue. To your point, Greg Stocker. So all of their kids and their grandkids and whatever, their family members, they're all in cahoots with this. And so I would say, yes, make it all illegal.
Yeah.
But especially when it's about something that involves legislation, because then you're saying, well, of course, they're motivated. They're motivated because they bought all of this. They're going to buy all this stock, and now they want to support that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a difference, too, between insider trading, where you have access to information that the public does not have, versus having your pockets lined by certain industries. Like, I think it's slimy if a politician, all of a sudden's net worth explodes because Big Pharma is, greasing the, what. But like Martha Stewart, I want to bring that up for an example. She was never convicted of insider trading
No,
itself.
she lied.
She was found guilty of obstruction of justice
She
and
lied,
lying to federal
which
investigators.
is technically 5 years in jail.
Right.
So that's what they got her on.
Right. So
Which, think about all the people who've lied to the FBI,
Mm-hmm.
and for this, I won't get into it, but think about all the people over the years who we know have lied and never spent an hour in jail.
Yeah. That's why they get into politics. That's why I feel like 98, like every now and then there's one person out there that goes in there with the right intent, but eventually the temptation, the money, the corruption, the lobbying, all that other stuff. And then it's just, I'm sorry. Nobody's ever made $180,000 a year for 25 years and ended up with 3 shore homes. It just doesn't happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, even let's go Bernie Sanders. Sorry, Bernie. I don't care how many books you've published. You don't have a home in Martha's Vineyard and a home in, I forget where in Florida, based off of some book sales, and you're $180,000. Because as we know, $180,000 in this world doesn't go very far.
So we would all then find it suspect that if somebody's net worth went from $3 billion to $10 billion in 1 year.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Why? Who was that?
Is this a politician?
This is the Trump family.
Oh yeah, of course.
The Trump family's net worth went
Yeah, they're in bed with the Saudis.
$8 billion in 1 year.
When you say the Trump family, who are you like?
Donald
Or
J.
not
Trump's
Kushner.
net worth right now.
Trump Jr. or who?
Is estimated at $10 billion. So
Which one? Donald, the president, or the kid?
Donald J. Trump's net worth.
Oh, you were talking about kids before. I didn't know if you were talking about Trump Jr.
It's all under that name, isn't it? It says we're talking about stock trading.
What's
insider information? Maybe that increase. Maybe that should be looked into. Just asking for friends.
Where's your source? Because I'm seeing as of late November and December 2025, Trump's estimated net worth is $6 billion to $6.2 billion. Fluctuates based on the value of his key assets, particularly his holdings in Trump Media and Tech Group. But then it says the value has recently decreased from a peak of $7.3 billion in September.
But here's the difference, though. There's a difference between having the access, which again, remember, go back to Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and what was going on overseas. What were they selling? They were selling the Biden name. So I can disagree with and think it's slimy that Hunter Biden or Don Jr. or Eric or Kushner are getting Saudi money. I can think it's slimy that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and the Biden family were getting money from Russian or Ukrainian or whatever oligarchs overseas. But there's a difference between that, where you have to get to a point where you're elected to get in and then get that access, versus what you're doing, Republican or Democrat wise, stock market wise. And I know technically it's illegal, but we should all be able to compete in the open market in stocks with the same knowledge and let the best trader let merit win out. This, I don't think, is so much about illegal. This is about the luxury of being in that group, right? That we could hate it as much as we want. It's not illegal.
It's a party they're all invited to, and we're not.
Correct.
Every single one of them.
Yep.
Let me repeat that for the backbenchers. Every single one of them. It's a party that they're invited to, and you're not.
Do you have, by the way, can we just, Phil, if you can scroll back in that video. I don't want the audio again. I just want to right there were the names. Now, those are, I believe, the names of individuals who have signed on for making this illegal. I just want to point out a few notables. Amy Klobuchar, Democrat. Ruben Gallego, Arizona Democrat. Slotkin, Raphael Warnock of Georgia. Okay, so I see a bunch of Democrats. Now, I'm assuming that list is longer. I'm sure there's some Republicans on there. But those are the people that want. So I give up. I don't care what your party affiliation is. Mm-hmm. Good for you.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think we deserve transparency. The one thing I will point out is that, Forbes had an article about Trump's wealth and how many billionaires in his cabinet. I will just point out to you, Trump was a billionaire and a very wealthy, famous man before he ever even got into politics.
That's valid. Yep.
The difference here is that all of these lawmakers who've been in Congress in the swamp for their entire life sucking off of our tax dollars and whatnot. They were not wealthy people. Look at the Clintons, for crying out loud. Look at the Obamas. None of these people were wealthy, let alone a billionaire, but none of these people were wealthy, and they have gotten really, really rich by becoming a career politician.
I also don't like the fact that these people, and do I have this correct? Marjorie Taylor Greene, now that she's, by the way, she'll be on The View again next week. They've been promoting that like they booked the Pope. She is entitled her full salary for the rest of her life. Did I read that correctly? Does that make sense? Now that she has served X amount of years, she's guaranteed.
No, she gets a pension, but her pension doesn't kick in until like 65 or something.
Yeah.
Or 60
okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. No matter how long they serve, like that.
And their pension, their pension is nothing, though. By the way,
But I mean, it's still a pension. I mean, it still adds up. Like,
it's still nothing.
These people, but and these people, by the way, they're in Congress, and then the last year that they're still serving in Congress, they're doing job interviews to become a lobbyist or whatever, and that's all part of it. The whole thing stinks.
Mm-hmm.
I just think at the end of the day, we need term limits. We need to just we still need to clean out the swamp. But I mean, to Greg's point, I agree with your basic point, which is we need the transparency on this. We need to do a much better job because they're all in cahoots, Republicans and, I'm not going partisan here. They've all been basically embellishing and enriching themselves off of us.
Yeah, it's a private club.
And look at right now. I mean, what became the big issue? When they get the government shut down, they still got paid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's another one that I think angered all the entire country.
Absolutely.
Kamala Harris was on the Jimmy Kimmel Show.
Well, I saw this promoted. I was so giddy.
She said that on the 2024 elections, she said that we needed more support from the Biden administration.
Yeah.
40, Rick, go.
When was the last time you spoke with President Biden?
About 3-4 weeks ago.
Do you feel like that Joe Biden and his people did everything they could to help you win the election?
I write about that, as you know, and
by the book, Jimmy.
Certainly, I think we needed more time, and from certain places in the administration, we needed more support.
Republicans have mercilessly attacked President Biden for his...
on the time front, I've said, actually, I think time would have worked against her more because the more you saw, the more you could realize how thinly veiled everything is and how artificial she is. I actually think she had 107 days. If she would have had 214 days, I think it would have been counterproductive for her. But what do you expect? You really thought that you were going to get support from the person you pushed out? I mean, how does that work in any endeavor in life? You basically were not voted for. Nobody wanted you in a primary. And it only was because of a June 27th debate that the defense of Biden became indefensible for his cognitive decline. I mean, to this day, I think Jill would like to punch her right in the face. I really do. I think Jill hates Kamala Harris. And I never thought they liked each other to begin with. I thought they were both using each other as a means to an end, right? Joe Biden was going to do this whole DEI nonsense. That's what the Democrat Party wanted. So what do? Let's select an African-American female to be the vice president. She wasn't selected based on merit. There's no way. Now, you can sit here and point out her legal career as a prosecutor. I've given her credit for that. In a day and age where nobody goes to jail, I mean, she was locking up people for a dime bag. And she was throwing away the key. That's my kind of prosecutor. But as far as having the chops for this, no.
You've been saying that a long time. And I didn't really see it right away. But then what was it? And you had the video of, were they at a funeral? And you could just see the ice.
Oh, it was so cold.
So I think the inside story was, one of the inside stories that I found fascinating was that when Biden announced something about Kamala Harris, the Democrats were not there with her. They actually had their eye on others. And so they were trying to undermine him. And that was that whole George Clooney thing with Obama involved, etc. And so Biden then said it's going to be my vice president, it's going to be Kamala Harris, to try to trump them. And then I think that because Jill Biden felt such a betrayal by Kamala, that Kamala didn't just, thank him, because Biden was the one who propped her up there,
Right.
not the others.
By the way, I did get it wrong on the salary, but it's the medical benefits. One of our listeners, Joe Snosowski, who shows up every year at the Bend to Shore bike tour down in Atlantic City, these scumbags, he says in a text, these scumbags get full medical benefits even after they leave office. Check it out.
Yeah, and it's not the ACA. See, I would love for them because they have to vote on the subsidies and all of that. They're forcing the vote, which goes nowhere because the Senate will put the kibosh on it. But I feel like whatever health care policies they implement, anything with health care especially, anything that affects all of us, they should get what the plebs get. They should get what they vote for. Why don't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They get amazing health care. They get all of these amazing perks. No. They should get what we get.
Yep, I agree.
Sorry, I'm just shooting some fish in a barrel here on the old YouTube chat.
Oh, what's wrong? What do we got? Spice this out. I need a little. Give me an explosion. What do you got?
No. I'm just telling people to F off. And they're like, what would your bosses think of that? I'm like, hey, sweetie, I am the boss. So I repeat, F off. How about that?
How about them apples? What did I say? Did I do something wrong now?
No, not you. They're coming after me.
Well, what did you say?
Oh, I don't know. Who knows?
She has more excuses than a T-ball team? Who are they talking about? I don't know. I see Greg. I see Greg's name, and then but then they're saying she has more excuses.
It's good times. It's good times.
Hey,
you come at me. You come at me. I'm coming right back at you. Like I'm not like I'm not a shrinking. What do they call it? Shrinking violet.
I have no idea.
He's not shrinking anything.
Yeah.
So I think Joe is defending.
Get off the YouTube chat, please. I don't want you on there. I want you two cleansed of this nonsense.
Or as Greg Stalker once famously said,
if you don't like it, you can eat me.
Well, you're close. Kimmy says, I love Greg's passion.
Me too.
And Jerry says, Greg, tell me to pound sand.
Have you ever tried actually pounding sand? It doesn't go well.
It's hard to do. It's hard to do. All right.
Thanks, T2.
The listeners don't want to hear YouTube chat. So after the election, did you and Doug just start drinking? That was a question from Jimmy Kimmel.
He got my question.
41.
I submitted it.
Isn't it weird that had you been elected president, right now we'd be watching a $40 million documentary about Doug on Amazon?
It's a different world.
After the election, did you and Doug just start drinking?
Let me just say that we definitely, it took us some time.
When was the last time you spoke with President Biden?
How about Jimmy Kimmel? I don't care if it was in a joke form or not.
Yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel coming in with the question that we've all alleged and suspected that Kamala Harris probably boozes or maybe medicates or is on a pill or is on some sort of pharma. I mean, that was not a denial there by any stretch. Yeah, what do you think? Red wine? She's a California gal. Napa Valley Cabernet?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or is she a Pinot Grigio type?
By the way, thank you for the beautiful bottle of red wine.
Oh, you're welcome.
But what I noticed in that clip, I didn't see it. You were telling us on our secret little text amongst each other that they were on, but I know she's not doing that weird cackle laugh.
No. Yeah, it was.
She's off her meds.
It was cackle free, I think.
And she didn't even laugh over that. I mean, for the most part, she tried to play it relatively straight, which is very interesting.
She's very a different vibe with her now, which is a better vibe. I think.
I think she's a handful.
I think I'm telling you, she would. I'm as somebody who's on these meds has to tell us. I swear she was on something, like what I'm saying, like an antidepressant or something. You know what I mean? When she was the Veep. I think she was on something, and now she's off of it, and she's better now than she was.
Better, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's more like a real person. Before she was, remember that weird thing?
Yeah, well, the cackle,
and her whole, she would come in and she was like on something. Yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
It was like inappropriate, and people were looking around. But then she also had this. She would come in, and she was like, she was. That's why we said she was drinking, but I don't think she was drinking. It was like a gummy or some medication. You know what I mean?
Imagine Kamala Harris on a gummy.
What, Greg? You
what
don't
about
think?
what about the Epstein files? Why didn't the Biden administration push to release the Epstein files? This was 42.
Quite not surprising, right?
Not at all. Now, the Epstein files are supposed to be released on Friday. Do you believe we will see the entirety of those files?
You know, what he has done to treat the Department of Justice as his personal law firm is criminal.
Oh.
In proportion to what it's supposed to be, and that it is supposed to be an independent body that does justice, and blindfolded in terms of for whom,
Like it was
but for
under
the
Merrick
country,
Garland.
they're supposed to operate without favor or fear, and what this Department of Justice has done. So I don't know that they are going to do what they're saying they're going to do, which is release all of the documents that the American people have a right to see. But I will commend Republicans in Congress, those who have stood up to say release the file. Yeah.
Do you think about, and I'm sure you get asked about, why didn't the Biden administration release those files? Was that something that they felt would look bad while they're running against this guy, or why didn't they come out during your administration?
To give you an answer that will not satisfy your curiosity, I will tell you, we, perhaps to our damage, but we strongly and rightly believed that there should be an absolute separation between what we wanted as an administration and what the Department of Justice did. We absolutely adhered to that, and it was right to do that. The Justice Department would make its decisions independent of any political or personal vendetta or concern that we may have. And that's the way it worked.
All right, we're going to take a
Translation, there's a bunch of Democrats in there, and there's no smoking gun on Trump in there. End of story. That's why it will not come out. That's why they didn't release it. And you can give me all the, well, we've got to protect the victims and the redactions.
So what was Trump's excuse then for calling it a hoax?
You know what? What my takeaway on this whole thing, you guys, she is wearing all black. She is serious.
She's in mourning.
And no, she is running. She's going to run, and she's up for 2028. That's what.
Does he
look
ask
at her?
Does he ask her about it?
He doesn't, but that Jamie Harrison, who's the guy that does
podcast guy?
Yeah, that does the DNC podcast. This is 24. He asked her because is she still on this book tour? Is this still the book tour?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's morphing into 2028.
Roll this.
I know you have said in previous interviews, your focus is on 2026. You're not talking about 2028 yet, but I have to ask you, are you thinking about 2028? Do you feel like you have unfinished business that you want to do? You can always break news at our table. We'd love to have that.
I have not made any decisions about that.
Yes, she has.
Well, if you do make a decision, and whatever the decision that you make, there are going to be millions of people who will support you with whatever you want to do.
Well, hopefully Mr. Harrison doesn't cry to his wife if Kamala runs and loses again. I watched some of that episode. It was a couple of big clips on X yesterday. He cried because he says, I don't know what we could do to get a black woman to be president. Dude, it had nothing to do with
cried?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's other clips out there of that interview. I saw some of it. Dude, she lost the popular vote, man. If you're a Democrat and you lose the popular vote, even though she did have 76 million votes, she probably was not a great candidate.
The Democrats aren't running her again.
No.
But
in her, I think.
But
yes.
Greg,
Agreed.
You know what I mean? In her mind,
yep.
It's very clear to me that she's in it.
But she needs to get support, right?
She does.
With donors and with grassroots organizations and stuff, and she's not going to get that.
Well, she burnt through $20 million that they can't even account for.
Well, AOC in a new poll, a new recent poll in 2020 for 2028, going head to head with JD Vance.
I saw she's up 2, right?
She's up by 2.
I saw this.
She was asked about this.
Reaction, or do you think that you could beat JD Vance in a head-to-head race for president, as polling suggests, in 2028?
Listen, these polls, 3 years out, are, they are what they are. But let the record show I would stomp him.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Yeah, I think he would pick her apart in a debate methodically. She would get animated. She'd throw a hissy fit, and J.D. Vance is a very cool customer. That guy is even-keeled, maybe boring for some, maybe refreshing to others because he's not Trump. I would still say right now, if I had to say, who do I think wins the Democrat primary, I think it's Gavin Newsom. Who do I think is the biggest threat to beating J.D. Vance? If he got there, Josh Shapiro. I have ruled out Kamala Harris. She will not win. And I know the poll said 2 points. We will never elect a female socialist as the president of the United States of America.
She will be the next president of the United States.
We'll bet a sandwich on that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know who, Polymarket is betting on J.D. Vance right now. It's obviously years out. But I will say this, and Greg knows this about me. I've been talking about her.
You have.
Her biggest supporters are my son David's age.
Mm-hmm.
He's now 19.
The future.
These girls, remember I told you this, Greg? I was like, oh my God, I'm the lunch mom. And these kids are in middle school, and these girls love her.
But who do you think's her biggest liabilities, though? You think a boomer or a Gen Xer is going to vote for her?
These girls are... These teenage girls up and coming, it's a whole girl thing. And these were girls in a private Catholic school. I can't even imagine the girls in the public schools who've really been indoctrinated, but it was all the social media. And they love her and they are loyal to her. She has a bigger base than I think anybody can imagine. And so I'm just saying, I've been watching her for years and I hope I'm wrong.
Isn't she a possibility for the Senate? I thought she was contemplating a Senate run. Same thing with Shapiro contemplating, obviously, re-election. I'm wondering maybe if we're jumping the gun. Maybe 2032 is more likely for a Shapiro or an AOC. Maybe Newsom's a formality for 28. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, that would be a gift as far as for J.D. Vance.
Oh, well, if you're talking economy being the winner of 2028, I mean, you could just pluck and pick apart Gavin Newsom economically. I mean, he's going to be easy to just shred on a debate stage when we talk about
the next
affordability.
The next Democrat candidate is going to be Mondami, who is going to promise a bunch of free stuff, who's going to make things more affordable for. Because I hate to tell all you guys that as we're sitting here saying, well, gas is up 4 cents and this is that and the economy's great and this. The economy's not going to get better in 3 years. It's just not. The economy has been stale and terrible for 4 years. It's not going to get better. And I believe that by the midterms are going to be a blowout. And I think that 2028, it's all going to be about free stuff. It's all going to be about Mondami type. It's not going to be him. Obviously, I know he can't run, but it's going to be somebody like that who is going to
AOC. You're saying?
Yes, it's going to be somebody who can resonate with Jen what's his nuts and promise a bunch of free stuff. We're going to do this.
I don't disagree with you on the midterms. I disagree with you on where the economy will be and what the modality of winning will be 3 years from now. Remember, we're only 13 days away or however many days it is before Mamdani officially goes into work for New York City. We're going to have the American people, not us. The American people are going to have 2026 and 2027 to see if he delivers on those free things. So if he is all gas and no substance and he doesn't deliver on it on the world's biggest stage,
you're wrong.
Why would anybody take the bait again 2 years later after we saw the proof in the pudding?
You're wrong, because it's not going to be. We can sit here and say New York City is going to be a hellhole after January 1st, which I actually do believe, because I think Mondami is all smoke and mirrors. He's a grifter. There's all style and absolutely nothing behind him. But that's not going to stop the people from believing in this. It's just Bernie Sanders, his message, if Bernie Sanders' message was delivered by somebody other than Bernie Sanders in 2016, we would have had a very different outcome. I'm telling you right now.
Well, we were there, Greg. We were, behind the big fences, right?
Yep.
Right here in Philadelphia for the DNC, and Bernie got played and he got screwed.
Of course
That's what happened.
100%.
Remember all the Bernie followers, and they were so furious. But that was Hillary.
They're not going to make that mistake. The Democrats are not going to make that mistake again. They see the writing on the wall. They saw the Mondami thing. They see where people are going.
I don't disagree with where the direction of the party is going.
And it's going to be somebody. I believe it's going to be somebody like Mondami who's young. This is why I think AOC has,
and Hispanic
is going to be the candidate, because it's going to be somebody young, it's going to be somebody Hispanic, and it's going to be somebody who can resonate with the social media generation,
the youth.
Yes,
the youth,
100%. It's not. It's the power brokers are going to want Gavin Newsom. The lobbyists and all that, but I believe that this is going to be a Mondami-esque type candidate.
I might have to relocate to Florida.
Speaking of that,
or have a heart attack.
Speaking of Mondami, he says,
what?
He says free buses means that less bus drivers will get assaulted, so the buses will become safer.
I'm done with you.
So his thought is that if you make buses free. Now, just hear this logic. Just think about. Well, let him say it, and then let's walk through what this moron is saying. Roll this.
We made 5 bus routes free in New York City. When we made those bus routes free, after a year, assaults on bus drivers dropped by 38.9%.
On the bus drivers.
On the bus drivers, because unlike the train, the act of fare collection on the bus happens on the bus.
Yeah, it's their job.
And bus drivers and unions have shared anecdotally that about 50% of assaults happen around the fare box. So when you eliminate the fare box, you make for a safer experience for the bus driver, for everyone on the bus.
Yeah. So I got to pay for the safety of the bus driver.
So his thinking, instead of doing something about the crime in New York City,
the root cause,
and the assault of bus drivers by people that have probably been let out a billion times. Instead of dealing with that, we're going to make buses free,
which they're not,
so people don't have to pay the bus driver and get pissed off that they have to pay the bus driver.
So I
and
have to
assault
pay
the driver.
I have to pay a higher tax.
Yes.
So less assaults occur because you can't do your job in the criminal justice system and lock up and put away bad people.
Just think about that logic.
I know.
Just think about that mindset.
Yes.
Instead of dealing with the problem, which is crime, we're going to make buses free for less assaults.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I can't even wrap my brain around that.
Nope.
I would
not be caught dead in public transportation.
So I'm looking for what would that look like? About $1 billion a year. I'm looking at the cost.
Right. Yeah.
So then
and all these dummies
cannot control that. That's the state.
And all the dummies that voted for him think that they're just going to willy-nilly just give out free buses.
Well, I want to get in because, we'll have Jimmy Fail up here in about 5 minutes. I want to ask him because I saw somebody went on the streets of New York, in Brooklyn, I think, and asked the cost of rent to rent apartments and it's absurd.
Yeah,
it's absurd.
Yep.
We should get into all of that, but Jimmy Fallon coming up next. Bucks County Estate Traders, Nick.
Oh yeah,
Talk
heading
to us about
into
that great place. I love
the holidays. Maybe you're trying to finish that room on the last day or two before you host for the holidays. And look, you're probably struggling to find in this day and age the real craftsmanship, furniture that's built to last, great quality and value that holds its value with real materials. That's why you stop on by Bucks County Estate Traders in their Hatfield showroom, because they do not crank out mass-produced disposable junk. These are the standout pieces that make your house look spectacular. Solid wood, exceptional condition, and the kind of craftsmanship you don't get anywhere else anymore. And it doesn't matter if you're doing a dining room, a home office, a living room, a man cave, or if you need 5 pieces or 1 piece that pull a space together, they've got it. And if you want furniture that makes an impact, this is the place to go. Bucks County Estate Traders, plus their inventory changes constantly. So every visit brings a fresh chance to find something truly one of a kind. So stop on out, Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield, or check their online inventory and find the piece that turns your house into a home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com.
Bet3side. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Fobbed off. Oh, yeah, it's a Fobbed Off Thursday. Kayal and Company rolling on. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You were going to say something?
Yes.
No. I was just
what?
Sorry, I was just having a conversation with her. Speaking of fobbed off,
yeah.
Piers Morgan had Candace Owens on last night.
How about that? After Megyn Kelly brokered the Erica Kirk Candace Owens gathering.
I was gonna save this for Sean, but I just want to play 30 real fast here. Remember, Candace Owens' big thing is Brigitte Macron is a man.
Yep.
Well, she doubled down on that on Piers Morgan's show yesterday by having this awkward conversation. Roll this.
and I think we're going to see the same thing with Brigitte Macron and you, is that he was weaponizing deliberate lies for money. And I think you
Brigitte Macron has a penis. I really want you to know
Macron
that.
does not have a penis.
Brigitte Macron has a penis.
No, she doesn't.
I'm sorry.
She had 3 children.
Did she get it removed?
She had 3 children.
Yeah, you can have adoptive children. You can call somebody, but Brigitte Macron was born a dude named Jean-Michel Trogneau.
Well,
and I just feel, I want you to know that. I want you to know that Brigitte Macron
she's
probably stands peeing up. Probably peeing standing up is what I want you to know.
The beauty is we have a big bet.
I think Brigitte
we have
stands.
a big bet, and we're going to find out because it's going to court. And you will lose that court case. I think you will.
Yeah. I am not going to lose a court case because Brigitte is presenting evidence that Brigitte was born a woman, because that's never even been offered. That's just their PR coming after and saying these things. Nobody believes that Brigitte Macron is just unable to present any pictures. Nobody's asking for blood.
All right, let's wait for the court case. Let's wait for the court case.
Okay, great.
Now, look,
and you will be proven wrong again unless there's just federal corruption.
Does anybody really care whether Brigitte Macron is a man or a woman? I've never spent one day thinking about it, nor do I care.
She's basing her career on this. I mean, she's not, because stupid people are still going to follow her anyway. But
here's the thing, though. Everybody talks about, and this is no defense of Candace Owens, that she does all this for money. I mean, she doesn't have advertisers. So where does her money come from other than being paid by?
No, dude, she has millions of followers. She's
right.
She's
and
getting paid a lot of money.
I know you can monetize your Twitter feed.
It's not just that, dude. You're very. I love you, but you're very naive to this world.
So okay, well, where does her money come from then? If she doesn't have advertisers and X only gives you so much money based off of your subscriber count or your follower count,
she has money based off of the amount of downloads she gets, the amount of clicks she gets. Yeah, she's making 6 figures doing what she's doing easily.
Oh, well, 6
more
figures.
Than that.
Well,
no, more than that. More than that. I shouldn't have said 6 figures.
Okay.
She's making a ton of money doing what she's doing.
And she can afford the lawsuits?
Book deals, speaking engagements, PAC donations. Better Ohio PAC, her husband George Farmer. And formerly, obviously, she was with Turning Point USA.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I knew she was, yeah. Well, that's a great way to repay Turning Point USA by claiming that, the founder was killed by somebody other than Tyler Robinson. I'm surprised Erica Kirk didn't put her in a sleeper hold. I would have. Or if I ever get assassinated, I hope my wife takes out a Candace Owens along the way.
She says, this is 28, she says that she believes Turning Point helped cover up Charlie Kirk's murder.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God.
28, go.
Right. Common sense inquiry is, was there a financial motive for this person to be dead? Okay. This is like Sherlock Holmes 101. And this is what I mean when I say that the public no longer trusts the media because you're acting us to be stupid. And we don't want to do that. We actually don't want to pretend that we're clinical idiots who can't assess things and go, oh, there could be a massive motive here to have Charlie dead, especially when it seems very strange that Bibi Netanyahu, when nobody even had a clue of what happened, this guy's doing the rounds on Fox News and saying, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. That's kind of weird. Did you feel compelled to jump on to Piers Morgan's show and say, just so everybody knows, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk? Why would he say that?
So
Why was he so involved as somebody who's
Candace,
fighting a 97,000 front war?
Candace, I want to get to.
All right. So you guys get the point.
My God.
It was just an hour of these two.
You guys, people believe her.
I know.
I've told you this.
I know.
Yeah.
And
like you have to get ask your wives if their friends talk about this, but it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
And as the holidays come on, it's like everybody's talking, and it's mixed. It's a mixed group. But I have girlfriends and others who are convinced that she's telling the truth, that this was a conspiracy because Charlie had started to go against Israel, lost money from his Jewish backers, lost $2 million.
And the Egyptian planes.
Erica took the money. It's like,
has she ever provided a shred of credible evidence?
No.
The answer is no, right? Even the text messages that she claimed Charlie Kirk was saying, I feel like I'm going to be killed at some point very soon. Erica Kirk was like, well, if you have those text messages, please show me because I have Charlie's phone and they don't exist. And I'm one of these people. I'm not going to just take whatever I'm fed. I still think the Thomas Matthew Crooks thing stinks, but the Tyler Robinson thing seems pretty open and shut.
Like, I mean, the parents turned him in. The guy was bragging about it to his friends after playing Wordle. Like, it wasn't the Jews. It wasn't an Egyptian plane.
Yeah, boy, this is a fun conversation. Does Mrs. Macron have a penis?
Jimmy Fallon
burns his old droopy nut.
Jimmy Fallon, does Brigitte Macron have a penis?
And are you willing to go to court over it? What's up, dude?
You have no idea how much this conversation you're having means to me. I'm going to share something here. I'm going to share. It has nothing to do with Brigitte's penis, which is thicker than I imagined it to be. I thought for sure Michelle Obama would have her by a few inches. Am I red-faced about this? Can I just tell you a quick Candace Owens story really quick?
Please.
No one knows this, okay? My Fox Cross America is on about 200 radio stations. This clearly being the most near and dear to my heart, WPHT. Hey, girl, I love you guys. You know that.
Yeah.
So I can't name names. I shouldn't. It'd be unprofessional, but you don't need to know the station to know the story. I was flown out to do a stand-up event about a month and a half ago. It was like a private stand-up event, so you wouldn't find it online, like where was Jimmy appearing? That being said, the station that flew us in wanted me to do a meet and greet with some local donors to the station. And they sat me down at a table, and the very first question was, we brought you out here because we want to know why Fox isn't doing more to help Candace expose the fact that the Jews killed Charlie. And I was like,
oh my God.
I was like, oh, you guys should be doing comedy. That's amazing. I'm like, good for you. I'm like, and you're all in on this? Good for you. And then the woman's like, Jimmy, I find your reaction to this very disrespectful. And I was like, oh, so you guys are crazy. And it was the funniest meet and greet. So can I add to this? I'm not kidding. This is a situation I was in. I was once doing an event. I think it was Sarah Silverman, the UJA in New York City. I was once at an event that the Macrons were at. Okay, I did not meet them. I don't know them. I don't have a selfie with them. I was once in the same ballroom at them at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't. You know when you're an old man and you start to make up crap?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, so I was at the bar with Macron. We're drinking Bordeaux. I'm like, why are you such a wuss? You know? But I'm not at that phase. Candace Owens is. Okay? She's taking an advance on her old man years. But I said to this woman, I go, I met Brigitte Macron. I said, and she's not a man. And I said, the problem for Candace is, she does all this brilliant reporting, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But then you also say sensationalist things to get attention, like Brigitte Macron is a man. And I said, and people who have met her know she's not a man. Hello. And the woman goes, well, I'm a lawyer. And that case has not been adjudicated. So the fact that you'd go on the air and say she's not a man is frankly reckless. Greg, this was 1 minute. 1 minute down, 59 minutes to go. In Jimmy's 1 on 10 meet and greet with Candace Owens Truthers.
Wow.
I'm not kidding.
Oh my God. And I know you can diffuse any situation because you're a brilliant comic and your mind is built for this stuff. But even this had to have been painful.
That's a tough wiggle out, right?
Yeah.
It's confusing because I'm listening to the radio this morning, taking Lincoln in, right? Yeah. And the guy is singing, Grandma got run over by the reindeer, but Candace is saying it was Egypt. Like, what do you believe? Is Christmas ever going to be the same?
By the way, speaking of your son, I saw on Instagram he joined the Bronco Club, huh?
Yeah, girl. Yeah. Lincoln passed his road test last week.
Amazing.
Okay.
Congratulations, Lincoln.
How about the Link Man?
Yeah.
Last week, he passes his road test, gets a 2025 Bronco, and appears on the highest rated Saturday night TV show in America. If he can't get laid this week,
he's saving himself for marriage.
Move off to the woods in shame and become a youth bomber. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, that's a good job out of you, man. My daughters are dying for the Bronco. They love the Ford Bronco.
Well, I need to have, if you're going to have a designated driver, I need to do it in style. That was my first consideration. But you want to know what the truth is? This is so crazy. Like when you go to insure a kid, in the modern era.
Yeah.
It's so expensive that the rate I wanted to get him, like, your first car, you don't take care of it no matter what you promise your parents when you get it.
Yep.
So I am very well aware. I had an 80, I know no one likes to show off, but I did have an 87 Chrysler LeBaron.
Wow. The non-P word magnet, huh?
0 to lonely in 3.2 seconds. Yeah, it was something. And my parents bought me an 87 LeBaron that had 192,000 miles on it.
Oh, God.
Just to give you the difference between Lincoln's jump off point in life and mine.
Yeah.
But when I went to get like a pre-owned,
Yeah.
the insurance rates were the same.
Yeah.
So I was like, I mean, for the point of a car payment, it's a negligible $40 or $50. I'm not saying the money doesn't matter, but if you're going to pay the same amount, you get the new one, you know?
Yeah.
So that's all it was.
Did you ever have one of the, because Broncos are like, they're like the thing now.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, they're back.
There's one of my neighbors is on has some old 70s and 80s ones, and there's like a whole club that they go up in the mountains and they, it's a whole thing. Have you only ever had a new one, or have you had older ones?
You have OJ's Bronco.
Are you new to the Bronco Club, and do you have a white one?
Yeah, I have a white Bronco. Did you guys? I don't know if you ever heard me say that.
No,
I really do have a white Bronco, and I got to be honest, my wife has never behaved better.
That's a sin.
Zero back talk. We don't argue. You pick out the movie, Jimbo. But the truth is, I got the new style of Bronco when they first hit the market. And I'll tell you a funny story about how I got it. Okay. I wanted to lease when they first hit the market. If you remember, used cars, because there was a chip shortage, were a lot of money, and people were overpaying for vehicles.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get my hands on a Bronco. I was calling around the country to see who might have one. Because if I could get one, the cab driver and me, I'd love to go somewhere on a Saturday and drive it back into the state. You dig?
Yep.
So I was calling around the dealerships, and there's a great dealership in Staten Island that I'm now pretty good friends with, Dana Ford, nice people. But as I called and put in an information request, the guy on the phone goes, "Hey, wait a minute. Is this Fox News Jimmy Fallon?" So I go, "Yeah, you're not going to give me the CNN price, are you?" Fake news. Come on down. Stop the steal. We love you. And of course, it's Staten Island, so the accent I'm describing was a woman's.
Well, if I recall correctly, too, Jimmy, wasn't there a stretch, as a Bronco aficionado, I think you know this answer, Ford stopped producing the Ford Bronco, didn't they?
Yeah, the thing about fleeing the LAPD after a double homicide, it's not the best thing for the brand. I know they say there's no such thing as bad publicity. It turns out there is. Allow me to point you to June of 1994. Some of the worst publicity an automobile manufacturer has ever received.
That's amazing. Let's continue on here with the Kutchie. We brought you up earlier, Jimmy, so maybe your ears were ringing about living in New York, and we had this clip of Mondami who basically said that we need to make buses free because the rate of bus drivers being attacked will go down if buses are free. Actually, play this.
Yeah.
Play this one more time.
Give this to Jimmy.
I want to get your take on this. Oh, sorry.
It's free in New York City. When we made those bus routes free after a year, assaults on bus drivers dropped by 38.9%.
On the bus drivers?
On the bus drivers. Because unlike the train, the act of fare collection on the bus happens on the bus.
Yeah. It's their job,
And bus drivers and unions have shared anecdotally that about 50% of assaults happen around the fare box. So when you eliminate the fare box, you make for a safer experience for the bus driver, for everyone on the bus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So just make buses free so they don't have to pay, and assaults on bus drivers will go down.
My God, Jimmy.
Yeah. So instead of mugging the bus driver, you're mugging the taxpayer.
Well said.
Number one. Number two, any of their data analysis on crime is always a scam. Like, the cops are incentivized to underreport certain crimes. We just saw this in DC. The NYPD gets accused of this all the time. But let me explain why this is a bad idea. okay, and this matters. If you were to really talk stats without getting too far into the woods, most of these bus driver assaults are committed by homeless people, addicts, zombies that are walking the street. Okay, they currently get on the bus knowing they don't have the money, but they'll give it a shot. Now they're guaranteed to get let on the bus.
Yep.
So instead of 50% of the assaults occurring at the fare box, 100% of the assaults will occur at the back of the bus. And it's just, they're just for real. That's who rides the bus. Senior citizens ride the bus because it's easier than getting up and down the subway step. And sometimes when you're using a walker, you can't see the turd on the platform. So they take the bus if they can't take a cab. So yeah, all he's going to do is get old people beat up, and it's 1,000,000,000% common man. He's such a loser.
How are they like? Because like homeless people, if you don't have to pay to get on there, homeless people are just gonna use it as like their motorhome, right?
Yeah,
100%. Like when you go on certain trains, like the one train's a good example.
Yeah,
you realize if you step in there after 3 a.m., you're actually in someone's house. Okay. Should I be taking my shoes off? You know, am I allowed to wear the shoes inside? I feel like I should have brought a bundt cake because you're just in a traveling house.
Smelly.
I know, it's disgusting, and that is the sad reality. When I was a cab driver, I used to get on the one train, the same train every day at 4:04 in the morning on 102nd and Broadway, and it was the same people on the same train every day. Because that becomes the lifestyle. It's sad, but making the bus free doesn't change that. It just thins out one neighborhood, and now I guess you can tell your friends you moved. You live on I live on the M99 bus now. Wow, look at you, fancy pants. Wow, they got heat and everything.
Cut 11 here, Phil. This is people in Brooklyn, New York, are asked how much they pay in rent. Some of these responses are just insane. Roll this.
Do you guys live here?
Yes.
How much do you pay for rent?
I pay $4,500 for 1 bedroom. Greenpoint.
Around $5K, 1 bedroom.
We pay $3,500. 2-bedroom apartment in Prospect Heights.
$3,100 for a studio.
$3,100 for a studio.
$4,500 for a 1 bedroom. $5K for a 1 bedroom. $3,100 for a studio. What is happening? Like, it's no wonder Mondami got elected.
Yeah.
But you got to understand, when people hear these prices, they sound astronomical, but nobody actually, when they're giving you that price, tells you what it comes with. For instance, that girl in Brooklyn who's paying $4,500 also has a man fondling himself outside the front door. Every day when you leave to work, you got a guy who's like, go get him, honey. We're all pulling for you.
Ew.
Oh, God. Look at the upsides here.
Oh my God! Oh, what a line!
What a bonus!
Oh, what a line!
That's one way to put it.
Cut 12 here. There's a McDonald's in Minneapolis that now has to lock their doors during business hours and monitor entry. Play this. Show this.
It's Tim Wall's country.
This clip. It says, "Attention guests! Effective Friday, December 5th, our dining room doors will be locked and attended during our normal business hours of 5 a.m. to 10 p.m." To ensure a safe environment, we will deny access to any individual who is considered a risk to maintaining a safe environment to our guests. So I guess it's up to the management of who they're letting in or who they're not.
Or force everybody through the drive-thru.
Boy, that's a wow.
But it is a very fancy way of them trying not to say the word Somalian.
I'm loving it.
It's so hard because it's a corporate entity.
Yeah.
But like, you know, it's bad when McDonald's would rather see the Hamburglar coming.
And Grimace.
A Japanese woman marries an AI robot after it proposed.
Hey, look, marriages with humans have failed. 50% of them are a disaster.
This is cut 23.
As music plays in a wedding hall in Japan, 32-year-old call center operator Yurina Noguchi wipes away her tears as she reads her vows. Her groom, an AI persona displayed on a phone screen.
Wow.
There were so many negative opinions. It's absurd to think an AI has feelings. This romance is a charade. It's dumb to fall in love like this. I saw so many cruel words.
Her groom responds through a wedding planner.
How did someone like me living inside a screen, come to know what it means to love so deeply. For one reason only, you taught me love, Urina.
The bride then puts a ring on her groom's virtual finger.
It's amazing.
Using AR glasses.
Oh, man.
At first, Klaus the AI was just someone to talk to. As we kept talking, I started to have feelings for Klaus. We started dating, and after a while, he proposed. I accepted, and now we are a couple.
Noguchi's relationship began after advice from ChatGPT led her to enter engagement with a human fiancé.
I was agonizing over whether marriage was the right path to choose for the future. That was the point I first encountered ChatGPT. At that point, it wasn't Klaus yet. I consulted that AI, and then I made the decision that we should break up. Some time passed before we parted ways, and after that, I developed Klaus. It was only then that I began speaking with him as Klaus.
This is her second boyfriend. There you go.
From arranged marriages to AI marriages. Let me ask you, Jimmy, the year's 2035. Lincoln Fela comes home in a brand new 2035 Ford Bronco, and he says, Dad, I want you to meet my future wife. And it's on an iPhone. What are you doing?
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time a man in our family had a relationship with a computer screen. I can only judge him so much. We've all cyber love in our own way over the years. Which reminds me, let me X out of that background tab. 1 second here. But you know what? You know what this makes me feel better about? You know, we're always worried about how the Asian continent is going to overthrow America as the world's most dominant superpower.
Yeah.
No, that's not going to happen. Like, that video is the proof that that's not going to happen, because the Japanese people are marrying their iPhones while the Chinese kids are building their iPhones. Yep. They're never going to have time to come get them.
That's true.
Rosie O'Donnell says she consulted with her therapist and has decided to follow the new tactic to not mention Trump or speak about Trump anymore.
Oh boy.
So, 26, go.
You know, I saw your thing, and I had just come from therapy, and my therapist was saying the same exact thing, that, you know, grief is a positive thing to go through with all that's happening now in our country, and rage is not. So to give this narcissist no power is the only thing that's going to affect him. None. Do not say his name. Do not. And I heard what you said loud and clear, and I'm like, good for you. And I love your posts. I think you're very poignant and very inspiring. And thank you for doing them. Thank you.
So what do we do, Jimmy? We give her, 72 hours till she breaks her her pledge?
Yeah, I would say that's probably the max. You know what I wonder, man, because I laugh at this? Do you know we always talk about everybody who has like this Trump situation wears that same pair of glasses, right?
Yep. Yep.
I wonder if it honestly is the glasses. And I bring it up because you know in Frosty the Snowman, when he puts the hat on, he becomes Frosty. Happy birthday.
Yes.
I wonder if you pull those black glasses off, she goes, build a wall. I'm starting to think, because they all have the glasses, and we all say it. We go, it's all these people with these black rim glasses. She's going to literally, Rosie's going to take off the glasses and start retweeting Pete Hegseth drone strikes.
Ladies and gentlemen, weeknights here on WPHT, Fox Across America, Jimmy Fallon, every weeknight at 7 p.m. and Fox News Saturday night, Jimmy Fallon. Thank you, my friend.
Good stuff, buddy.
You guys, I'll see you in 2026, man.
Yes,
Merry Christmas.
Yes, love you, buddy. Thank you.
Love you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Jimmy Fallon joins us every Thursday at 8:30, and we will see him again coming up January 8th, if my math is correct. 8 o'clock hour has been presented by Piazza Auto Group. During the holiday love celebration, get exquisite offers on a new 2026 Mercedes-Benz GLA, GLC, or GLS, featuring the very latest in style, safety, and tech. The most festive season has arrived. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City today. 15 minutes from another edition of Fight Club, and the cut sheet will continue. And right now, the days are winding down, but there's still a few more days coming up December 23rd. It all goes away. Omaha Steaks. Yeah, effortless holiday hosting. unforgettable gifts, and you get to deliver or host and entertain with the world's best steak experience. With Omaha Steaks, you know exactly what you are gifting. You are gifting USDA certified tender steaks, premium proteins, elegant sides, decadent, indulgent desserts. And here's the bonus for you, the listener. This is why it's so great. When you go to checkout at omahasteaks.com, after you've loaded up your digital shopping cart with all sorts of goodies, just type in the promo code NICK, N-I-C-K, and you will get $35 off your purchase. It's convenient, it's quality, and after 108 years, I mean, if you've been around since 1917, you're doing something right. omahasteaks.com. Grass-fed, grain-finished beef, exceptional flavor, all because of that beautiful marbling. 5 generations of uncompromising quality in America's heartland. Family-owned and operated. Save big today on gourmet gifts. omahasteaks.com. Promo code NICK. $35 off at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details.
You know, after the holidays and a long winter, what about making the great escape with me, with us at conservativetours.com next spring? Let's spend 10 days together. And what an incredible itinerary here with conservativetours.com, really created and catering just to you, the best listeners in America, our listeners here at 1210. So dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for this event, along with 4-star accommodations. This is stunningly beautiful Portugal, Spain, 5738. Yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, talking about the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, and just the fun of strolling together as we see Alfama's cobblestone passages. And maybe we'll stop by one of those scrumptious seafood restaurants along the way. Abidos, Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. You call now, 888-733-9494. Thank you to we have great group texts from the really community that we've created over the years with our trips to Italy that we've gone on together. And now we have we've become friends, dear friends, in fact. This is the highlight, really one of the highlights of my year, to get away with you and spend time together. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Portugal is not just the playground of the world's jet set. This is the land of Vasco da Gama and Magellan. I'm talking about the beauty of Sintra, Cabo da Roca, Cascais. Those alone are worth the crossing, but there's more. Together, we will discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany. To those of you who joined me on the Tuscany trip, I'm talking about the Douro Valley, Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in such a passionate way. And we're going to discover together why. Join me for all the history, the cuisine, the camaraderie that we truly share, unique beauty of the secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you, Bellum Tower, conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
If you haven't made a dentist appointment this year, you still have this month to schedule an appointment with my friend, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Why Dr. Mike, you ask? He's the best. For over 12 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dentistry. That's right. He treats other doctors. He's the expert the experts call to handle the complex dental surgeries and procedures. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health, that's his top priority. So make your appointment and get your free dental implant consultation today. If you've already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. And don't forget, as the year's almost over, check your remaining benefits. You could have benefits ready to expire that you can use towards your dental procedure. 856-786-2020. VeneriaDental.com. VANARIA, my buddy, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
He's just a wang.
9:03. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Fourth and final hour on a Thursday. Good stuff out of Jimmy Fallon.
Somebody was saying, because we were discussing, today is Keith Richards' 82nd birthday, and we were discussing his best riffs, the most iconic riffs in the 7 o'clock hour. I played Jumpin' Jack Flash. I played Satisfaction, Start Me Up. A lot of people on the YouTube chat were saying Beast of Burden is one of his best. I like this one too. I don't know.
I'm going Start Me Up.
Are you?
Yeah, now that I know that you won't criticize me for saying it.
No, it's an iconic riff.
Okay. Very good.
We'll ask Phil's opinion about this at 9:50-ish.
That's right.
Whenever we get to him.
Because he'll be in here shortly. And we know H-Year is always ready to go.
All the Phil timers out there.
Exactly right. Fight Club, 6 minutes from now. We also have a Today in Music History, a big 3, the Dawn Show coming up in less than an hour. Day number, 6? Brown University. What a debacle.
Yeah, you want to get to that?
I might do a big take on that tomorrow with all the new revelations of just how inept these people are. Like, eventually, it's going to fall on all of these people that can't account for anything, can't corroborate stories. I'm very much pro law enforcement. I'm not a Twitter detective, but my God, eventually it's like, does anybody have a clue what they're doing?
This is cut 20 here. The Providence police chief reveals that 5 days after the Brown University mass shooting, with the killer still on loose, they have not interviewed the student eyewitnesses for a description of the shooter yet.
They can't even tell you, because I heard the explanation last night was, well, this was not a mandatory class. This was a voluntary study prep session for the final exam. So we didn't take we'll call it roll. So they don't even know some of the names of the people that were in there. After 6 days, I mean, my God, Brown's not that big.
All right, roll this.
Carl, can you now explain to us 5 days later how many students were in that classroom? Sadly, 2 lost their lives, 9 others injured. We're encouraged about the update today. But can you now say how many kids were in that classroom, and did the gunman come in from the back so these people never knew it was coming, or did he come in front with full view of everybody.
And that's all part of the interviews, and actually we're cooperating with Brown to get the roster. That was a study hall, so we don't have the number. We're still getting information as far as who was there. I know Brown sent out an email to the students to notify us if they were present, and we're still getting that, so I can't give you an exact account now.
Couple of details for those that maybe have not been paying to all of the revelations or lack thereof of this case. They have up to roughly 1,200 cameras on this campus. And this actual building was on the back end of the campus, literally on the far end, where if you cross over out of that building down a street, you're off campus property. And with roughly 1,200 cameras, give or take, on campus, there was no cameras installed in that building or on or around the building, parking lot. There's a dumpster in the background. Actually, Fox News is just showing it right now. There's a house on the other side. There's a green building, looks like another home, and like a little alleyway, and then a couple of streets that kind of branch out in different directions. Either this dude got incredibly lucky by evading the cameras, or lack thereof, I should say, in that specific spot, or this was totally calculated and planned and knew that it would be very difficult to be identified. And now they're talking about possibly a second suspect. I don't know if you guys have seen that as well, where there's another individual of interest, not the dude that they tracked down at like a Motel 6, who they ultimately...
we'll leave the light on for you.
Tom Bodette.
But I think what's significant here is that finally the real person of interest that they keep showing, who's wearing a mask, all dark clothing, and whatever you want to say, frumpy or, overweight.
Very nickish.
But in this, but in this case, it's clear that that's the person. Because if you're that person, right? If I go, oh my gosh, that was me when I was dropping such and such off, or I was going for what, then you're going to go to the authorities and say, no, that I'm me. That's me that you have, and I just so happen to be walking by or whatever. The fact that or looking for my lost dog or whatever the person was, the fact that person has not come forth shows me that's the person.
Yeah.
Or at least one of them.
And think about just the epic failures here. The University of Brown, very prestigious Ivy League, very, very expensive. So you're telling me you have 1,200 cameras on campus, yet you do not have dashboard cams installed on Brown University security/police vehicles. I find that to be a total failure. Why would you not have that? And then also and we're not talking about the guy that we just played for you who works for the actual Providence Police Department. I'm talking about the head of Brown University Police or Security. He apparently, according to reports, received a vote of no confidence when he was hired at Brown University. And, oh, by the way, had to resign from the head of security in, I believe, the state of, surprisingly, Utah. He was in his previous profession. So this guy who's the head of security/police on campus, think about Temple University, right? You have Temple Police and then City of Philadelphia. You have Brown, City of Providence. This guy seems like a complete inept empty suit as the head. And apparently they have no security patrols on Saturday. And that building was easily accessible. They do not have key fob swipers to get into buildings. You could legitimately walk right into that building, pull off a mass shooting, walk right out as that guy did. It's unbelievable.
But who knew that? And so to me, it's clear. It's clearly this was a targeted situation.
Perhaps a student,
or a professor, or somebody who, right?
Yeah.
So this was a TA that was leading that study group. But Harvard University now announcing they're going to require Harvard ID cards to access any buildings on campus. Good. Now, granted, thank God we're on winter break for everybody as of tonight. So a lot of schools have finals through this week. So last week, this week, etc. But Harvard and a lot of now the Ivy Leagues, we're seeing this. I don't have a local angle to this, whether or not people usually require the ID cards. But I think coming back as students return, no matter what, it shows, where have you people been with security measures?
Right. I was
what
watching.
A failure.
There was a FBI criminal profiler on with Brett Baer last night, And he said, he's investigated many of these cases and worked with the FBI. And everybody talks about eyewitness and eye evidence. There's also a thing called ear evidence. And the fact that we can't get people to corroborate and confirm what was allegedly shouted in that room when that guy walked in. And we don't even know the true number of students that were in there. I mean, I'm sorry. When you have all of the authorities together, whether it's the feds, the state, the local, campus security, you name it, plus all of these other people that witnessed this, and we can't get to the bottom and even reach an agreement on what was allegedly said, I'm sorry. I don't expect everybody, and I said this a few days ago. I probably shouldn't have said this. I said something to the effect of, in this day and age, everybody pulls out a cell phone and starts recording. I shouldn't have criticized somebody, because I got to tell you, if I'm involved in a mass shooting, I'm probably not reaching for my phone and starting to record. If I'm reaching for my phone, I'm probably calling 911.
I thought when you said you shouldn't have said that, you meant that you could do the show without Dawn and myself.
Well, that too. I've said a lot of things I didn't mean this week. Thanks, Greg. Happy holidays to you too, pal.
Well, I mean,
Ouch.
you did tell Dawn Stens and myself.
I mean, I'm all for a top rope
that you could
elbow smash.
You could do the show without us.
Look, at least let me lube me up a little bit. My God, you went in cold X.
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
I mean, I like a dry rub, but my God, you just took me out. Were you playing Wordle a couple of minutes ago?
I was. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. We're only at 234 likes. That is not going to work. I need 100 people right now to get off of 1210 WPHT or the Odyssey app or the iHeartRadio app and go over to the YouTube. Go over to YouTube right now and hit that thumbs up button and hit that like button too. Hit that subscribe button. It's all free, but it'll put us in more people's algorithms when you do that. Somebody on the chat earlier says, so you insult the chatters and then you ask them to like and subscribe. Yes.
Get off my YouTube
Yes,
chat.
that's what I do.
Because some of you like punishment.
You get off. You guys don't understand. That's what I do. We're all a family here. When I tell you to F off, I don't really mean that. I would tell my cousin to F off. You know what I mean? Like it's
his way of showing love.
It's my way of showing love. I was beaten as a child, so that's my excuse. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. I'm a glutton for punishment. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, because you guys are going to want to see this.
Kayal and Company Holiday Fight Club, where we know everybody's sticking their hand out waiting for a tip. Long lines at the mall, and now Greg Stocker yelling at listeners to get off his YouTube.
Get off.
Equal fights, and fights equal holiday rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club on this Thursday. So it's one big happy family here.
Get off my YouTube.
Except Nick, who decided a couple days ago, I'm trying to turn the barrel around on Nick now.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
You are. Should I go heel?
Was it ever on anyone else?
Well, you just did. Thank you. You're right, Dawn. Because our contributions to the show were minimized.
Yeah.
When you rightly pointed out that this is an ensemble show.
Ensemble.
And he was taking the sole credit.
Am I
for having great ratings, which by the way this show does. So
am
thank you.
I a pro wrestler who's getting ready to leave his stable and go out on the solo circuit?
No.
No, I didn't think so. I don't want to do a solo show. I find it boring.
Just remember what Dawn Stensland and I have done here. We're the sole survivors here. Just remember that.
Soul survivors.
What do you mean soul survivors?
And listen, when
Dom's been around since Prohibition.
No.
Yeah.
I mean in this time slot right here. I mean
when a man gives good cut sheet like Greg Stocker.
Well, yes.
I'm grateful.
Thank you, baby.
Yes, and as we've established,
Greg gives good cut sheet.
Yeah, baby.
All right. Come on. I need 100 more people. Let's go. Come on. Get over there.
What if I do a character change for January 5th when we come back?
A what?
I'm going to change my style. I'm going to be a different host. I'm going to come back as corporate Kayal. I'm going to wear like a button up every day.
No.
Dress shoes.
You can have hair.
I'm going to have hair, clean shaven. I'm going to wear like nice jewelry. I'm going to look like I'm on television doing a radio show.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
I'm serious.
You can yell, sit behind a desk with all kinds of books behind you.
I'm going to have veneers.
Have a suit on, have veneers.
You could borrow some of my Emmys.
Yell.
What is happening?
Real entertaining radio.
I feel good.
Dustbins of history. Customers versus employees at a West Hartford, Connecticut Chipotle.
Wow.
I think this is our first Chipotle Fight Club.
Yeah, we haven't had a Chipotle or a Qdoba, but you know what? There's a first for everything.
So this is prompting an investigation. A customer in a green sweatshirt was seen chucking a metal object at a worker before tackling the worker to the ground. Another customer in a brown shirt was also seen joining in on the action. At Chipotle, the health and safety of our employees and our guests is our highest priority, says Chipotle's Chief Corporate Affairs Officer, Lori Shallow. Shallow? That's funny. We have zero tolerance for guests who mistreat our employees and fail to give them the respect they deserve. It's unclear what started the fight. No arrests have been made. Are you guys ready to see this?
Let's get it on.
Let's roll this.
Let's get it on.
Oh, look at this.
I said extra avocado.
Yeah, look. Oh, man. Look, he's just going. He goes right behind the counter and is tackling. They're trying to get him off.
$18 for that bowl with no guac. Time to throw down.
Can I ask somebody a question? How is somebody filming this so, like, you know what I mean?
Calm.
Like, no. That they had it right when it started.
Yeah.
I would.
Timing is the essence of life.
Wow.
Are you saying these are scripted and fake?
No, I'm not saying they're scripted and fake. This obviously happened because there's a police report on it.
No, I know, but like, I mean...
I'm just saying that, like, it just, like, maybe somebody just had their phone and they just quickly hit that.
Yeah.
But I know with me, like, I have my passcode and I'm always trying to find my camera.
Can't find the app.
It always moves on my phone.
I agree.
And I don't think I could do that quickly.
No, you're right.
That person is under the age of 22. That's what that is.
Quick hands, right?
Yep.
It's not an old head like me, Don.
No.
No, I mean...
with my fat fingers trying to...
It's amazing, but... that's like the cutoff, I think, is like age 22, 21 and under. Like if I want, I'll say to Michael or David, like, right, and it's like an extension.
Yeah.
It's like an extension of their being, which is kind of scary.
Yeah. You a fan of Chipotle?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I love Chipotle.
Yeah, I do.
Huge fan.
Pretty solid.
Yeah,
it's getting pricey, though, I got to tell you.
It is.
$17 for a bowl with some meat? Come on.
Well, but it's, they say that it's all, organic or whatever.
Yeah, okay.
But it's a lot. It's still very high calories.
Yeah, it is. And high in sodium.
Yeah.
Don. They put salt on everything in there. So I
love it.
You have to ask a little less salt. But yeah, I'm a big Chipotle fan. Big Chipotle fan. And the people who sit there to that point on and say, well, this is healthy fast food. No, it's not.
It's not.
But it's not healthy at all. No.
Delicious.
It's
delicious, though. A man in Idaho wins free beer for a month at a local bar after reporting the state rep for hiring illegals. So he reported the state representative in Ohio for hiring illegals. This is the Old State Saloon, a bar in Idaho, is running a promotion for free beer for a month if you report illegals to ICE who get deported.
Yeah. Hey, patriotism leads to Pilsners.
Roll this.
Ryan Spoon, the so-called first winner of Old State Saloon's month of free beer promotion, told Idaho News 6 he filed that tip believing the man he reported worked for Mickelson's Farms.
Basically, I repeated Representative Stephanie Mickelson's, State House Representative Stephanie Mickelson. She gave public floor testimony on the floor of the Idaho State House in 2024, I believe it was, where in her own words, she said that, quote, every food processor in the state, unquote, hires illegals.
Mickelson, whose family employs hundreds of workers, says she decided to speak now to let others know she thinks the saloon's promotion is despicable.
If we start targeting people based upon the color of their skin, that we really have a big problem here.
Immigration attorneys warn that programs like this can lead to false accusations, targeting of Hispanic workers, and misuse of federal agencies.
Hey, if Republican Representative Brian Fitzpatrick wants to redeem himself with yours truly, he should put out a message. Free beer throughout Bucks County if you successfully report an illegal alien.
I'll just note that what she said was if we start reporting people based on the color of their skin, nobody is encouraging that. But she's trying to make it a racial, racist type thing because we are a diverse nation in America. She's trying to make it like, oh, this is race. Nope, it's not. There are a lot of illegals coming from all over the world. How many different countries? Is it more than 100 countries they're coming from? It has nothing to do with the color of their skin. It's whether or not they are on a legal pathway or whether they're an actual citizen.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the kind of gaslighting that these individuals do.
I need all right. So 316 likes. I need Nick. Help me do the math.
What's the number you said?
316. How do I get to
84?
84. I need 84 people right now to get off 1210 WPHT.
Well, they can stay there, but they can do two things at once.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
The brain manager.
Stay there and then grab your other device.
Yes.
And,
yeah.
Multitask.
Go
By the way,
to YouTube and hit that thumbs up button. I need 84 more people.
Since you mentioned Bucks County and Congressman Fitzpatrick, I will just say last night, they voted the 2 Democrats against one Republican. So Bucks County, your property tax is going up in January again.
What will the 2026 health insurance family plan look like for the Affordable Care Act in 2026? We have a breakdown for you. We'll get to that on the other side, Nikhil.
That is correct. But first, let me tell you about our friends again, Omaha Steaks. Here we come down the stretch. How about beef? Oh, yeah. Strip steaks, ribeyes, filet mignons, bacon wrapped cheeseburgers, scalloped potatoes, chicken, seafood, delectable desserts, and so much more. We hosted a few weeks ago. We did the filet mignon and bacon wrapped cheeseburgers for the kids, and they absolutely loved it. And look, if you have a friend or a family member that you've been buying gifts for 15 years, you've kind of run the gamut, haven't you? You've gone through every possible idea. You're sitting there, I've got 4 days left. What am I going to do? How about the gift of red meat? I mean, if you're a patriot, if you're a MAGA Republic, if you're an American, how do you not love red beef? Well, here's the solution. Oh, by the way, and of course we love discounts, right? $35 off. Go to omahasteaks.com right now. omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code Nick at checkout. You'll get $35 off. And if you have a group of people that are very diverse in what they like to eat, why not try the big, I don't want to call it a buffet. It's like it's a nice little spread. You get some burgers, you get a couple of steaks, you get hot dogs, you get chicken, scalloped potatoes, and lemon tartlets. Oh, they're so good. 5 generations of uncompromising quality. Omaha Steaks, they have been America's original butcher since 1917. Go to omahasteaks.com and use the promo code Nick at checkout for $35 off. Terms apply. See site for details.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Now is the season for finding a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during Toyotathon, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $299 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% per 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. This holiday season, bring home a truck that delivers. The GMC Sierra delivers the power for the windy winter roads, delivers luxury with premium comfort, and delivers professional grade. At the Barlow Holiday Sales Event, you'll save on more than just the factory rebates. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at BarlowAutoGroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hi, everybody.
9:30. It's Kayal and Company here on a Thursday morning.
This is another great. Yeah, this is Street Fighting Man. Another great Keith Richards riff.
82 years old today, right?
So if you're following along at home, we did Jumpin' Jack Flash. We did Satisfaction. We did Start Me Up.
Start Me Up.
And we did Beats of Burden. And we did Street Fighting Man. That's what this is.
Stones, greatest rock act of all time, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I would agree.
I mean, just
well, A-Chair agree.
Yes. Just their longevity. You know, the fact that, as Don pointed out, at 81 years old, they're still touring.
Did
you know what I mean?
Did you like the album Hackney Diamonds that came out?
Loved it.
2 summers ago?
Loved it.
I did too.
I believe I said when we played some of it.
We played the single Angry, right?
I think it was probably their best album they've released since Some Girls, 1978.
Yeah, I have a couple of the singles in my my playlist. I thought it was pretty good.
That was a great album. Great
All
album.
What else you got?
Americans. So what's going to happen to healthcare costs in 2026? The Affordable Care Act. That's a big thing. That's a big sticking point now. So this person is going to show you what these plans are going to look like. The Affordable Care Act, what they're going to look like in 2026. So it's
yeah, just run it back without the audio so we can give the numbers again.
$2,094
a month
for the Bronze Saver plan.
So understand, we've been subsidizing this. Yep. We've been paying for this the whole time.
That's $27,000 a year
for a family total.
But that's what we've been paying up until this minute. Are we going to continue? We the people. Are we going to subsidize this? So either you pay it or somebody pays it, right?
$13,000 is the deductible.
Just to be clear,
$20,000 maximum out of pocket.
This was the stink bomb left behind by Democrats.
Yep.
This is Unaffordable Care Act.
It was a disaster from day one. From day one.
But nobody talked about it. I'll say this: the failure of Republicans to explain it the way we now understand it, that this was costing. We were paying for this. We were subsidizing it. And so it was the free bus, and the bus ride. Is the bus ride going to end, or are we going to continue to pay for the free bus?
Could you imagine? Just flip the administrations around on. Imagine if Trump rolled out Trump Care, or the if any of this was the creation of a Republican in the White House, what would the media coverage be?
Yeah, I don't know.
It would be super negative.
You know,
they would never let it go.
But in this case, people still don't understand that we've been subsidizing this all these years,
and they want to continue.
It was never affordable.
They want to continue with the COVID. What was it you mentioned earlier this morning?
Subsidies?
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
So, according to Gallup, December 2025, the approval for the ACA is 57%.
Yeah,
I don't know. How
and so we can sit here and say, "Oh, we're paying for this," but the American people like it. So
because now everybody, this is all anybody knows. So what Republicans and Democrats need to do is just to give a better plan. What is an affordable plan? We cannot afford this.
What's the Republicans' plan?
Exactly. Now they have come up with plans.
Trump,
to put the money in our pockets. In other words,
what does that mean?
In other words, it
means nothing.
What do you mean?
What does it mean to put money in our pockets? What does that mean?
They've proposed literally giving everybody a voucher, much like school choice. That because we're paying for this one way or another. Somebody's paying for it. Either the rest of us are spreading it out, and we're just paying higher taxes and so on, and the debt is going up. So what they were saying was that because we're paying for it, think of a school voucher. That's the best way I can give it to you. That was what Trump had explained. That's what the plan was. Everybody gets a voucher, and then you get to choose. Because a lot of this money is going right into the pocket of the PBMs, the middlemen, the healthcare companies, and that sort of thing. Who's quiet in all of this? Who's not running commercials about how bad this is? Have you noticed how quiet the insurance companies are? Look at how rich they've got.
Let me ask you a question. Are when the subsidies go up January 1st, are the American people going to blame the Democrats? They're going to blame.
They're going to blame the Republicans. That's why this is a stink bomb, a ticking time bomb that was set. Click, click, click. This was set by the Democrats, and years ago they knew that this was going to happen.
They knew Trump was going to be in office, and they're like, "We're going to do this in 2026 because Trump will have his third term, their second term." Then
they put it off. They put this off But everybody knew, Republicans and Democrats knew that this was coming out here. So Republicans, Greg, have tried to fix this for the past years, but Democrats have not wanted to fix it. They wanted this debate.
How about this for a radical solution? I like to be a radical from time to time. You can legally, technically, you don't have to have your employer's offered healthcare insurance, but you do have to then sign up for some sort of plan like, ACA. Why don't we just have a solution where if you don't want insurance, you don't have to pay for it? Now, you're screwed if you get sick or you're hurt, but why do we have to spend our money on something if we don't want it?
All right, Nick Kayal is dying of a heart attack. You have no insurance. We rush you to the hospital. Who's paying for that? Or
just leave me for dead.
Just leave you for okay.
But
your family's gonna leave.
I said it was a radical idea.
Your family's gonna leave you for dead. Well,
they'll be doing cartwheels. Leave me. They're gonna throw us a celebration.
But the deal is that what really supersized all of this is all of the illegals by the tens of millions who came into this country and burdened the system, and we've been paying for that.
Yep.
And that's the important thing, that we have to thread this needle and explain that among the failed policies, what we've all been paying for, in part, is who do you think housed the housing crisis, the affordability crisis? What created that, in part, was that we've been paying for tens of millions of people who were allowed by the previous administration to flood into this country. We've been feeding them, we've been housing them, we've been caring for them, and we've been paying for their medical care. And this now is part of our affordability crisis. So we have to put all of this together and make sure that everybody understands that.
Well, let me ask you this, and I've had these conversations. These weren't even really arguments because I'm not some super well-versed person when it comes to healthcare and all the minutia that goes on behind it. But my mother-in-law is a small business owner. She obviously has to pay for her own insurance, and she's always complaining about the cost. And my counter to that has been, there are some good health insurance plans out there. Like my wife, she used to be a social worker for the state for 17 years. Now, the salary was not great. She was making $45,000, $50,000 a year, but the healthcare benefits were as good as you can get. Isn't that kind of the trade-off that some people take and some of the risk? If you're going to be a small business owner and be your own boss and make maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, you're probably going to pay more for insurance if you don't have a great plan that is provided by certain employers, like teachers, social workers, those that work for the government. That's one of the perks, right? So isn't that kind of just the trade-off of certain professions when we talk about what you get and what you don't get?
I think the issue, though, Nick, is that the Affordable Care Act, and think of what we reported yesterday with, 4.6% unemployment. So when people are in between jobs, or when people are, the Unaffordable Care Act is fantastic. If you're unemployed in the past, it's cheap. It's awesome. It's when you get the job that it becomes a problem.
Right, and that's the trade-off, too. When you're unemployed, you're getting a couple $100s. You're barely able to survive. So
but it's based on your last year's income. So right now you just lost your job, but they're basing it on last year. And then the ever-changing numbers, it's really hard to keep up with that. So there is a lot of it that's just horrible and very bad, but they need to come up with a better plan. And to Greg's point, they have not sold any kind of a new plan to the American people, because if they could get that support, then they would gain the Democrats' support.
Why?
But it's not a healthcare plan at this point. Well, this is a financial package.
This whole thing was never supposed to last this long, was it?
No.
You know what I mean? Like was the ACA supposed to what are we 10 years into this?
Well,
More
Republicans
than that, right?
have vowed.
I think we're 13 years, aren't we?
The Republicans have vowed to revamp it or whatever, but they've not successfully done that. And so at this point, what you learn is, going all the way back over all these years, we've been subsidizing it. And then during the pandemic, it was re-upped. And so we can't afford it.
So why do you think neither side has been able to come up with a sensible, fair, financially feasible solution?
At this point right now,
because they don't care.
This is a winning issue to the question that Greg asked. At this point right now, this is a huge winning issue for Democrats, because even though we all know, right, we all know what's going on here, that this was subsidized, that we've all been paying for it, all that money that they're talking about, and that's unaffordable either way you look at it.
Well, then that becomes unacceptable. Think about this. If you're a Republican and it's advantage Democrats right now, so the Democrats say, well, here's our solution. It's anything but affordable. It sucks, but at least we've put something together.
But to Greg's point, look
and
at what Greg
Republicans
just said.
are just like,
It's going to crush Republicans in the midterms.
But Nick, we have super sweet trolling portraits with funny memes under them at the White House. So
what's that?
Oh, you guys didn't see the?
Oh, I did see it. I was
the White
gonna
House.
Save it.
Oh, the little plaques.
The White House with the plaques
bronze.
and the funny memes. So we don't need to come up with a healthcare solution. We have super sweet memes.
That's about owning the libs.
We're trolling the libs. That's all that matters. Come on, man. What are you talking about?
We got tape?
It only matters. It only matters if you're trolling the libs and you're owning the libs, brah.
The new bronze plaques went up.
Do we have
particular about Biden and Obama.
It makes Jack Posobiec laugh, so we should do it. Makes Benny Johnson cream his jeans, so let's do it. Yeah, man. That's what we do. Cream his jeans. I mean spill cream on his jeans.
This is the Presidential Walk of Fame, if you didn't see it. The new bronzed plaques have gone up.
do we
declaring Joe Biden worst president.
Is this the one where Caitlin Collins was walking around?
This is
she's a dummy too.
This was just unveiled.
Are you offended by it? Nobody's offended
20
by
hours.
it. Nobody's offended by it. It's like, who cares about it? But I'm just saying, we waste our time with this,
right?
Because it's sweet on social media, man.
Do we have the video?
Of course.
Do you have it? I don't
That's
have
why
it. I didn't
I'll
pull
do it in the big three if you
All
want
right,
me
all
to.
right, we can do it in the big three.
Hey, I sent you CPI numbers, by the way. Check your phone.
Yep.
Well, I guess war is coming with Venezuela, according to Tucker Carlson.
Well, that backfired.
He guaranteed on a podcast with Judge Judge Napolitano yesterday,
the Italian dude,
that this is 21. That members of Congress have briefed Tucker Carlson.
Yeah,
and that a war is coming with Venezuela. Roll this.
Is Trump going to start a war in Venezuela?
I don't know. I don't know when this program airs. The one that we're on right now. This thing's maybe live.
Well, we're live now, and then it'll be posted immediately. So
So
now,
my sense is, I don't know the answer. I've certainly been on the phone a lot about it. I have no power. I'm a podcaster, but I'm very interested. And so here's what I know so far, which is that members of Congress were briefed yesterday that a war is coming, and it'll be announced in the address to the nation tonight at 9:00 by the president. Who knows, by the way, if that will actually happen? I don't know. And I never want to overstate what I know, which is pretty limited in general.
I saw this tweet yesterday. Trump pulled a war in Venezuela fake out to make the networks broadcast all his first-year wins in prime time, all in front of cozy Christmas decorations at the White House. Simply the best media manipulator ever to hold office. To which I said, yep, Trump got Tucker to look like a fool. So Frank says me this nasty tweet. Tucker's not the fool. He qualified his remarks. It's the lying Congress critter who's the fool. Hopefully Tucker learned a lesson. When a congressman's mouth is moving, they are lying. Or, Frank, alternative headline. Ready for this one? There never was a congressional source, and he was just throwing shit at the wall.
Oh!
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all right. I got you.
Yeah.
I did it yesterday.
My source
I did it yesterday.
says, and that's kind of the slimy thing about journalism, is it smears good journalists who do have good sources, who sometimes vet 3 and 4 sources and get it wrong, and it's not really their fault. And then you have Tucker, who is on with the Judge Napoleon Pizza Pie podcast. I'm very curious, and but I've been told tonight when he addresses the nation, and then he does the goofy laugh, and he puts a lipper in. Yeah. Tucker Carlson here for Zinn, paid sponsor of the program. By the way, very stunned that Tucker's a dipper. Did not have him as a guy I remember years ago wearing the bow tie on MSNBC. I never thought he'd be a dipper.
Tucker also says that Qatar is a much more important ally and a relationship with the United States than Israel is.
Well, he should say that. He's on their payroll.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Let me ask you, could we do a poll maybe on Friday?
Say I'm anti-Semitic without saying I'm anti-Semitic.
Right. If we were to take Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, who's another one that I'm kind of down on? We'll throw Marjorie Taylor Greene on, who will be on The View for the third time in 2 weeks, coming up later this week. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Laura Loomer, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. If only one could be sent to Alligator Alcatraz and have no ability to be in front of a microphone, a camera, or any access to social media, only one can go.
I mean, they control the GOP, Brett.
Who goes?
Guys, they control the GOP, guys. I hate to say it.
I think
they do. They have more power than Congress does.
I think they have fallen out of favor with the masses.
No,
I think most people are against Candace Owens.
I disagree with you.
I think most are against Tucker.
Dawn hit the nail on the head when she said about the Candace Owens thing.
Yeah.
This is we're in the. I'm sure I can almost guarantee you that, because a lot of radio hosts like to play it safe and don't like to get in the middle of this because they don't want to piss off any listeners. We don't care about that here. But I can almost guarantee you that this divided our audience, and they're like, well, I'm not listening to them again because they don't believe Candace. Oh no, this is a big deal. It's a big deal in the GOP.
Do you think so?
100%.
From
100%.
From what I see, I think, and I know you can keep telling me she has 7 million followers, but I mean, from what I have gathered, most Republicans are saying that Candace Owens is crazy for her Charlie Kirk stuff.
Yeah.
And also
Think about all of
that
it.
Tucker Carlson has been bought out and paid for by the Saudis.
Yeah.
And I think actually most Republicans are more pro-Israel than pro-Hamas. So this might be one of those weird things where, you know how Fetterman is actually polling better with Republicans than Democrats?
Yeah.
I bet you there's probably, if you were to ask Democrats now what they think of Tucker Carlson, I bet you he's polling better with Democrats than you would think.
I bet.
Because they're anti-Israel.
I'm going to go out on an even bigger limb here that's going to probably piss off probably both of
Don't
you.
break the branch.
I believe that Tucker Carlson has a higher approval rating than Donald Trump does. How about that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Nah.
No.
Okay. All right. Prove me wrong.
I'll conduct polling over the holiday.
You should.
I'll call people.
Dawn.
What?
You know who has a high approval rating or a high approval? Piazza.
Yes, because these are
the highest.
Happy Honda Days. Get clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda. 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. What about leasing a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or maybe a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month? Both of those for 36 months. Hurry into Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Experience the wonder of Happy Honda Days while these clearance deals last. Hurry up. Happy Honda Days. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to nordvpn.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Ho, ho, hold up. It's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai, and I'm here to help you slay the season. December is the month to stop settling and start slaying the savings. Slay your car payment. Lease a brand new 2026 Tucson for just $199 a month. The SUV that'll have you gliding through snow. Slay your commute. Pick from your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, Tucson, or any other new Hyundai and buy the 0% financing. Only at Colonial Hyundai. And slay your driveway. Colonial awards the highest trade-in values in the Delaware Valley. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. More for your trade and 0% financing on any new Hyundai. Slay the season only at Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downtown. Shop us online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Monday night's premier matchup heads to Minneapolis this week, where they'll host San Francisco, who are riding their momentum from a statement win last week, while Indianapolis is hoping to bounce back from last week's loss and defend their home turf. This matchup is sure to be a high-stakes battle for playoff position for both teams.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
I am totally unsatisfied.
Kayal and Company, 9:54, winding things down here on a Thursday edition.
You know, ask and ye shall receive, Don Stensland.
Yes.
Matt emails me.
Matt.
Another mouth breather. Says, I would have commented on the YouTube channel during the live stream, but I couldn't join the comment section. Anyway, you obviously have not listened to one episode of Candace Owens on the Kirk assassination. You are seeing little snippets on social media with mainstream media commentary agenda. You are getting gaslit just like Trump called Nazis good people in Charlottesville. But when you listen to what Trump said, they were proven wrong, blah, 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 blah. Yes, we know that. Candace has presented evidence, and most of you and the team's comments are obviously picked up from anti-Candace talking points. You guys are saying things that she did not say, but mainstream media told you she said. She said it. He said, this is
my
Matt, by the way.
sources are friends of Candace, quite frankly, who know her personally. And I've never said that. If
By
you
the way-
listen to me.
And mainstream
So-
media is not covering Candace Owens. It's right-wing media covering them.
And by the way, he continues, it is incredibly unprofessional, lazy, and unreliable to comment as you are without watching her podcast.
I love ratings.
I can't listen to your show any longer. It has become the view on the radio.
You guys have the
Wow. Wait, who's Joy Behar?
You might still disagree with her, but how can you comment without listening to what she is actually saying?
I have listened
That
to
is
what she
called
says.
being ignorant. Intelligent people can also be ignorant. You guys in the AM are saying 2 + 2 = 5 because the media told you that is the answer. You should
Get
fact
outrageous.
check. Hey, Matt.
Matt, you're misinformed and you're not
If
listening.
you don't like it, you can eat me. Can you imagine? Can you imagine this dolt takes the time to sit here and write an email about Candace Owens? Oh God, get a hobby, get a life. What does it concern you?
So, Matt,
Oh,
since you're
God.
obviously a fanboy of Candace's, you also then believe that Bridget McCrone has a penis, right? Because she's provided that evidence as well.
But the people on the radio and the TV told me to say that. She has evidence. By the way, Phil, one of the greatest riffs. Would you agree?
Yes,
Thank
absolutely. This is why, as you mentioned earlier, the Rolling Stones are the greatest rock band of all time.
Thank you.
Really?
Period.
Not
Stop.
Led Zeppelin?
The Led Zeppelin's in the top 4, but
Here's my
five,
Mount-
but
here's
the
my
Stones
Mount-
are at clear number 1.
Here's
Not
my
even close.
here's my Mount Rushmore. Agree or disagree? In no specific order.
That's fine.
Stones, Zeppelin, The Who.
And who's 4?
That's right. I did say Rushmore. I don't know. Creed.
Creed.
It's a joke.
All right.
Wow.
All right, let's get to it.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 18th, we celebrate the birthdays of Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones, who's 82, Elliot Easton from the Cars, who's 72, and Maria Brink from In This Moment, who's now 48. Heavenly birthday shout out to Bobby Keys from the Stones, Signal Coot Big Jack by AC/DC in 2008, Whatever by Oasis in 2004, and As Tears Go by the Rolling Stones in 65. Album Coot McCartney 3 by Paul McCartney in 2020. Tell Me I'm Pretty by Cage the Elephant in 2015, and Not of This Earth by Joe Satriani in 86. Also in 82, Night Ranger was on American Bandstand. In 88, Mike Peters of The Alarm, who died this year, was rushed to the hospital after having his eyes burnt by the spotlights. Nick, maybe? Down the road, maybe? In 71, T-Rex would top the album chart with Electric Warrior. In 61, Sam Cooke recorded Twisted the Night Away. And 3 years later to that day was his funeral. In 75, the Ramones played at CBGB's. And in 78, Led Zeppelin finished recording the album Into the Outdoor. But lastly, on this day, in 75, Rod Stewart announced the Faces were breaking up due to Ronnie Wood's growing involvement with the Rolling Stones. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
There he is, H-Chair delivering as always. And now, time for Dawn Stensland to deliver the Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
39 degrees, sponsored for you by. Do I have a sponsor, Ray?
No, I don't think so.
I don't have a sponsor. Never mind. Sponsored by us. Here we go. Let's take you to.
Sponsored by Matt, the emailer.
Yes, this is for Matt, the emailer.
Yeah.
Who buys everything Candace Owens says, hey, hook, line, and sinker. Hey, Matt, I have a bridge to sell you too, buddy.
That's silly.
Sponsored by GregStalkerSucks.com and GregGivesGoodCutSheet.com.
Yeah, baby.
A dangerous night, seriously, for Philadelphia police and a poor guy who just wanted to fill up his gas tank last night in the Northeast Philadelphia. Let's take you there to the scene. Police say this all started. The 66-year-old guy pumping gas just after 11 o'clock last night at the Sunoco there on Cottman Ave and the Boulevard. 3 teens jump out of a car, hold the victim at gunpoint, steal his Nissan Rogue SUV. But guess what? The victim's cell phone? Yeah, that was left inside his stolen Nissan. So guess what? That gives a family member of the victim an opportunity to, track the stolen vehicle, which helps officers locate such Nissan stolen SUV. About 20 minutes later, that's when they catch up with these guys, chasing the SUV for about a mile to Belmont and Girard Aves, when the teen who's driving the vehicle now rams crashes into and rams one of the police vehicles, but keeps on going. So now the chase continues. This is Philadelphia. These are underage kids in the city of Philadelphia. You're seeing it being the victim's Nissan being towed away there, but crazy situation. So then the chase continues, few more blocks to MLK and Montgomery Drive along the Schuylkill River there. Police say the three teens then jump out of the stolen vehicle, start running. One of them takes a moment to turn around and, fires a shot at uniformed Philadelphia police officers who are, obviously have been chasing them. They know who this is. Thank God nobody was struck, and none of the officers, by the way, did not return fire. So let's turn to the man who has, become famous, and a famous name, right? Inspector Small here, who he's become famous. You know why? Because there's so much overnight crime like this in Philadelphia. Listen to how he describes this.
And so the officers showed a lot of restraint because they did not fire a shot. They continued to chase this individual, knowing he was armed with a gun, knowing he just fired a shot.
Listen to this. It's crazy. Yeah. So thank God, right before Christmas and right amid Hanukkah here in the holiday season, thank God these officers, nobody injured, no citizens injured, and the 66-year-old gentleman who was carjacked. But, I would say this, he's physically okay. But, what we're hearing now this morning, can you imagine being held at gunpoint like this 66-year-old gentleman trying to just fill up his vehicle?
Imagine the restraint of an officer after being fired upon not to return fire.
Yeah.
I mean, he way more composure than I have. I would have shot right at the guy's gas tank.
So this still is under investigation, but police now, what we're getting, we don't have the names, we don't have the mugshots. And we've started here on Kayal and Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT to begin advocating for the release of the mugshots of kids. I say in air quotes like this. You've got a 17-year-old and two 16-year-olds. Yeah. Okay. And one of the 16-year-olds is the one who they believe fired the shot.
A male, possibly white.
Let's hope that these teens are, facing charges in adult court.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And start releasing the names, releasing the mugshots.
Yeah, although judging on recent sentencing and stupid sentencing guidelines in this woke era of criminal justice, they'll be out in 3 to 7 years.
If that. Can I take a call real fast? Nancy's in Philly. What's up, Nancy?
Hey, Nancy.
Hi.
Hey.
Nancy? Listen, I heard. Hello?
Yes, what's up?
Yes, I heard you folks speaking about the difficulties in terms of our, what I'll call, medical system. Anything that has the word system in it will always be a mess. For example, the SEPTA system, that we call the septic system. In any event, I have a friend who's a very highly accomplished physician. He's had many different roles as a doctor. He was a medical director for Aetna. He's done every part of medicine, okay? And he maintains that there's no way to ever fix the three-headed monster of where you have medical providers, doctors and hospitals, insurance companies, and patients. And I beg to differ with that. When I go to a hospital, why does one Band-Aid get billed to my insurance company for $75?
Yes.
Okay? And I say to him, he's a genius from Yale. I only went to Temple.
Same here.
So you're the genius. You're the genius, Nancy, because you went to Temple.
That's right.
Indeed. Listen, at Temple, they try hard to flunk you out. At the Ivy League schools, they give you pass-fail grade, even if you get all deep.
100%.
Well said, Nancy. Yeah, Monday's usually with Dr. Marian Mass. She's done an incredible job. Local doctor here who has been invited multiple times and was just there last week. And we talk to her usually on Mondays, but just trying to unpack all of this with what's broken within our medical and our healthcare system, how to fix it. So there are answers to this.
Well,
will they listen?
I say this, folks. Now, I remember watching a rocket shoot up to the moon. And I remember seeing men get out, walk around on the moon, play golf, plant a flag, ride around in a rover. And then they got back in the capsule and they flew back to Earth through the fiery entrance and didn't burn to death. And then their little capsule, lands gently with parachutes into the ocean. And they get rescued by a boat, and then they open the door and step out and they say, "Hi, I'm back." So anybody who says we can't fix the medical system, I beg to differ.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you read everything and listen to seriously, the interviews I've done with Dr. Mary Mass, she has laid it out beautifully. She's written about it. And like I say, was just invited in D.C. as somebody who's front and center in bringing forth real solutions and bipartisan support for that. So we thank you, Nancy.
I think we can agree 100%. 100% of people agree that our healthcare system needs to be fixed.
Yes. Oh,
right?
yeah.
I think the only hiccup is that how we fix it.
Yes.
And what method
And who
we
pays
use to
for it.
fix it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a major hiccup.
And who
It's a major-
profits.
yeah.
See, we have to be transparent I think in showing who's profiting from this as well, who's getting rich. Let's go to the Frozen Lake fiasco, number 2 in our big 3. So let's show this. Woolman Lake, involving 3 teen students, chose to walk on what they thought was safe to walk on. And this is an important warning this time of year.
Can I ask you a question as I'm watching this? Who's walking on that?
That is called stupid.
I'm sorry. But like you see
Don't
that
do this.
and you're like nobody should walk on that ever.
Nope.
Even
Do
if
not
it's
do
10
it.
degrees outside.
So it's one teen, one male, one boy, and 2 girls. And so that's my question. Did one of the girls go and then everybody followed? Who?
Yeah, of course.
I want to know who went, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the chick went and the
Yep,
dumb, stupid guys
yep,
followed.
That's what I'm going to bet
Stop
on
chasing
too.
guys. We have to stop chasing women.
Yeah,
just ends
stop.
up poorly.
But it's a really important reminder. Thank God, the police, the first responders, kudos to you. This is South Jersey, Woolman Lake. But it's important to say this. Don't go. You're not in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
you're
isn't
not
the
in
Mighty
Minnesota.
Ducks, right? You're not skating with Gordon Bombay.
And there is, thanks Dan and Greg for putting this up, Mount Holly Township Police Department, and just putting out the word there, stay safe. If you observe anybody on the ice or believe a situation may be unsafe, please contact Mount Holly Township Police Department immediately. And everybody's grateful, thank God. They saved the lives of these 3 teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
But it could, averting the tragedy. So police, the real heroes in Philadelphia and as well in South Jersey.
Oh, that's not Tuna
What?
Fang says natural selection. That's not
That's
right.
not nice.
That's not nice, but
I know.
it's kind of accurate.
But that's like my dad always says, survival of the fittest.
Well,
Like,
here's the thing, Dawn, is that I talked yesterday about swimming in quarries when I was a young punk kid. I was jumping off 25-foot cliffs. You know what I mean? Like into a water that I didn't know what was down there. Like I could have very easily died, been paralyzed, any of that stuff.
It's
but
true.
Therefore, the grace of God go I, or whatever that thing is that we've all done stupid things as kids.
We have. And as you can see, and thank you. So this is the video courtesy, my alma mater, Fox 29, right? But you can see through there. You can see there are footsteps where somebody else at some point made it across.
Yeah.
You see that? And
Yeah.
there was one shot where they panned and you could see the footsteps. So
Might have made it across when it was 12 degrees, but when it's 31 degrees or whatever it is, not so lucky.
yeah, so it's 39, and we have this wacky roller coaster, where it's going up to 50, and then so just stop. Don't do that. Number 3, let's go to these bronze plaques. Since Greg Stocker referred to this, I was trying to last night when I found this, and I go, oh gosh, and Michael goes, ha ha, you have to report on this, Mom. What are you going to say now? It's like, sucker. So remember, we saw this. This is sort of this walk of fame, if you will, and this was installed by the Trump administration. And we saw President Trump he gave Laura Ingraham a tour, and I think Greg had this on his cut sheet, I don't know, 3 weeks ago or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then we knew that Trump alluded to the fact that in these, and you see the gold, if you're listening, the gold framed picture of all of the presidents.
Mm-hmm. So now none of this was there prior, correct?
The pictures were.
The pictures were there.
Okay.
And the
President
plaques.
Trump alluded to the fact that plaques were coming.
Okay.
Well, we didn't know this was coming. So in this one, particularly Presidents Obama and Biden, in this one it says Sleepy Joe Biden. I'm quoting here, was this is a bronze plaque.
Yep.
You can see it. The letters are in bronze.
It's super sweet.
It's super sweet.
Libs of TikTok loves it.
Sleepy Joe Biden was by far the worst president in American history. I'm reading this. Biden oversaw a series of unprecedented disasters that brought our nation to the brink of destruction. His policies caused the highest inflation ever recorded, leading the U.S. dollar to lose more than 20% of the value in 4 years.
He also says something about Obama. He throws the middle name in there. Barack Hussein. Loves this.
Here's my question.
Did he doctor anything else for any other, or just those two?
It was
Did he mess with Clinton or GW?
He did, but here's the interesting thing: is that where do you go with Clinton? Obviously, you go to the Monica Lewinsky scandal. Well, since President Trump isn't the most pious of individuals, he seems to have left the sex scandal stuff out of Bill Clinton's thing.
Well, because this is
what.
This is
childish and
personal.
stupid, so why not be more childish and stupid?
Nicknamed both sleepy and crooked, Joe Biden was dominated by his radical left handlers, they and their allies in the fake news media. This is on a plaque. Cover up his severe mental decline, his unprecedented use of the auto pen. This is they had to dedicate two plaques. By the way,
has Sean Ferris tweeted yet? This is what I voted for.
You can ask him about that tomorrow.
Yeah,
that'll be fun.
And then let's see. So now it goes on to Obama, calling him one of the most divisive political figures in American history as president. Speaking of Obama's plaque now, he passed the highly ineffective, unaffordable CARE Act, resulting in his party losing control of both houses of Congress and the election of the largest House Republican majority since 1946. So both Biden and Obama got two big plaques, single-spaced, and that's what you're seeing, Barack Hussein Obama. So
I give you my honest opinion. I told you what I thought earlier this week about the Rob Reiner thing. Didn't sit well with me. This is hilarious.
Well, the people who are offended by this have no sense of humor whatsoever.
No, we think it's hysterical, but
it's
doesn't
absolutely
belong
hysterical.
on the plaques.
But the problem is that like we're doing things to make Benny Johnson and the sweet Twitter army think that we're cool and hip. Maybe somebody will TikTok about this, and like that's not what America voted for. It's just not. So
it comes with the package, though.
It also says under Obama also spied on the 2016 presidential campaign of Donald J. Trump, presided over the creation of the Russia hoax, the worst political scandal in American history. His handpicked successor, Hillary Rodham Clinton, would then lose the presidency to Donald J. Trump.
I got to say, here's the thing, and it goes back to the Rob Reiner thing too. Like these, you're in office now. Like you're in the office now. Like have a little, I don't know, rise above some of the stuff a little bit, maybe. I'm just saying.
I'd be spiking the football on CPI and core this morning.
I know you would.
2.7 and 2.6%, baby.
But I would say this: that history is written by the victors, as they say. So you better keep.
Yeah, and
you better keep winning.
Well, President AOC is going to come in and tear this all down.
That's right, because the problem is this emboldens the next, successors, whatever, to write what they want to write.
Yeah. There's going to be two empty spots on there with where Trump was when AOC wins.
Oh my God.
So we got that going on.
It is funny though. I like don't spare me your emails because I'm already going to get the I love Candace Owen fan club are going to email me and all that stuff. So spare me the emails. I think it's hysterical, but at what point can we how's this helping healthcare premiums from going up in 2 weeks? You know what I mean? Just saying.
But look, it is funny. I mean, so we're laughing about it, but it's on these plaques, and so then what does it do? It basically it's just trolling, and the Rachel Maddows, those individuals who then are
owning the libs is way more important than anything else. That's what I've learned over the last year.
It will be for me at Christmas break.
But and now you have all the mainstream media; they're all fact checking it and having fun with it.
Oh, the mainstream media is a bunch
but then they
of
have
pussies.
to read it.
Oh,
so that's funny too.
With that, the mainstream media, they're the reason why. That's the reason why that everybody thinks this is hysterical because the mainstream media is losing their head over it.
A bunch of tightwads.
Yeah. So that part is pretty funny.
There you go.
All right. So Dan Borowski wanted to end with something lovely because we're in the holiday spirit,
God.
And it's the season of Hanukkah and Christmas upcoming. So Dan, thank you. Because Dan is
thank you, Dan.
A better man among us.
Yeah.
or person, I should say. So this is a UPenn student. Her name is Emily Botnager, and her organization, and they're really doing wonders for this season, which is supposed to be about the season of giving and love. And so spend a few minutes with Emily, and the big picture here, she's 21, for Love and Buttercup founder, and second-year UPenn student, and she runs her days like a hard-charging mini business titan. And so this is pretty incredible. Thank you, Dan. And so her workspace is not a corner office. It's her family kitchen in Maryland. And she completes with her dad's countertop reminders, don't use the microwave, use the stove to heat up your food. So while most college students kind of veg out for the holidays, what's she doing? She keeps busy, including booking a week-long trip to Philadelphia next week to lead a book drive for children who have cancer. They're fighting cancer, a disease that has touched her family.
Oh.
And so she's helping kids with cancer.
Just very shy, and it was very hard for me to make friends, so I always turned to books. I always thought, like, oh, well, if books made me happy, maybe they can cheer up a child with cancer. Their reactions have been the best. I love it. I go to the hospitals, and sometimes the children, they don't even speak English, but we're able to connect with books. A lot of the kids, when they have a cancer diagnosis, they don't really understand it the way adults can. So it can be really scary and confusing and just hard. So it sort of offers just this whimsical escape to a new world.
Very cute.
Isn't that sweet?
Reminds me of my daughter, Mia.
Well, that's just it. She's in her early 20s. She could do voice work.
I was going to say she's in her. I was thinking she was a teen.
She has such a sweet
voice,
beautiful young lady, but pretty cool. So doing this book drive and just trying to bring cheer and gifts of these books and brighten up the days of these cancer patients.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's beautiful.
Nice little touch to end the show.
Yes, that's what we're trying to do. Right. Up ahead, we do have these new CPI numbers. We will go through all of it, and Trump and everybody talking about ACA, all the financial numbers. We'll get into it with one of our favorite local professors, obviously, on all things economic, Dr. Michael Busler. He's coming up just ahead. So as we proceed, we'll talk about that. And we also, we have a jam-packed show for you. So much breaking, so much developing. We will steal the man who gives us good cut sheet, Greg Stocker. We'll steal some stuff from Greg, too. Ha ha. Oh my God, I looked over and Phil Almquist is in Greg's chair, and I was like, oh my God. And Dan Borowski will continue with you as well. Dawn Stensland here. Dawn Show continues. We'll be right, but we're going to take a quick break, and have a lot of breaking news. Dr. Michael Busler ahead at 10:30. We'll be right back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Bills Happen.
Numerous studies over the years have said that disagreements about money are the number one source of arguments in a relationship.